Hey guys. Hey Steph and Dr. Doodle. And I don't know, what time's 11 PST, Pacific Standard Time? Probably. I mean, but you can leave whenever you need to. So, yes, I went down a rabbit hole. Hey, Amy. I'm trying to get my membership thing together, and I made a Discord for like members and stuff. I don't think it's approved yet, though. But if it is, consider becoming a member. Yay. So, oh, hey, Sarah. Thanks for being a guest yesterday. And hey, Tammy and Amy. So, I went down a rabbit hole last night, thanks to Dr. Doodle. Navy Mom, what's up? Yes. I got stuck on this case with on Gabby because I know that supposedly, or I know not supposedly, but that has been said by law enforcement that these cases are not related. But I don't know. Hey, Sarah, and hello, Kitty. Yay, thank you. Sweet pea. Okay. Sorry about that. So anyways, let's just get started going down this rabbit hole and like some things that I was sent on this case, or if anybody else has anything interesting on this case, Gabby, Petito, or the Moab girls, which is so sad because the Moab girls are not getting the attention they deserve. And I was just on like the father's Facebook, and you know what? He actually says that he doesn't understand why law enforcement has, decided to already state that their, shootings is not related to anything else or something like that. That here, let me show you. There was an article about his Facebook comment. And but the article pretty much states that the father of one of these girls that was shot, but he calls himself the father of both of them, says that he doesn't agree with the cops ruling out any type of possible. Let's see here. Let's see if we can make it bigger. So this is the father of, I'm thinking Kylan. So 1 month later, we still have no arrest for who raped and murdered Kylan and Crystal on the mountain above Moab. Are authorities really going to tell us that this was an isolated case, that there's no rapists and murderers running around our mountain? How in the world could they possibly say that? If they have DNA, if they have fingerprints, if they have ballistics that match a suspect who's like in Canada or Mexico, maybe. But how in the world can they possibly say that we're safe here now? It's bullshit. You are not safe. Tourists are not safe. There is a goddamn rapist murderer on the loose. Not in a noose. On the effing loose. Wake up, Moab. I'll be at Swanee. Let's pick it. Make signs, Moab. I want national news here now. Like, and he's just not getting, he has about 200 likes, 220 likes. We need more attention on his case. I thought about commenting or contacting him, but I don't know. It's so sensitive. I don't. He says right here if they have DNA, if they have fingerprints, if they have ballistics that match a suspect who's like in Canada or Mexico, maybe. So, there was this rumor. Then we got this here. Let's show the next thing. There was this rumor going around that this couple and Brian and Gabby were at the same bar. And this is the place was called Woody's Tavern. We have not been contacted by the police concerning this new case, and we are honestly not sure where the information is coming from or if it is in fact true that this couple was ever in that night or any night. I know the FBI is on the case, and if we can be of assistance, we will be, if in fact they were here, but we don't know anything about it at this time. Hey, Randy Prince. Dreamed of Gabby last night. Sad dream. Aw. So, here is why I think maybe possibly it is related. This is just my theory. Of course. What if they did meet somewhere, maybe not at Woody's Tavern? Let me bring up something else to show you here. The date on this last post of Brian's is August 13th. Okay. That's the same date that those girls were found, right? Or no, they weren't found then, but they were last seen, or maybe police think something about August 13th rings a bell about the Moab girls, the mountain girls. Yeah, can someone please explain to me the timeline from when Brian got home driving our van alone, and didn't he go back on a plane or something? I'm so confused about the timeline. Found the 18th. If anybody wants to come up here and talk about any of this, I'll put the chat or the link in the chat, because I know there's a lot of people in here who have definitely more knowledge of this than me. But I think yeah, that's confusing, because I guess before he finally came home by himself the last time, he came back without her. But I also heard he came back without her or something and took a plane back or took a plane there. It's crazy. Who knows at what point she she actually passed, was killed, because he could have been posting on her Facebook. Just because we have, let's see here, her Instagram here. Last posted on August 25th. Doesn't mean that she was actually doing the posting. In fact, didn't her parents say like the last time they actually heard from her was let's see, this person has great, was like August 18th or something, or this was on Brian, or not Brian's, oh my gosh, so sorry, on the Kylan's dad's Facebook. Somebody put on his Facebook. And starts with this. Lindsay Red posted on the father of either Kylan or Crystal. I think it's Kylan, but he calls himself the father to both of them, so it's confusing. So this lady pretty much puts her reasoning why she believes the two cases are related. She said, I went down the rabbit hole on the missing 22-year-old woman, Gabby Petito. You probably have seen the headlines, but here is an overview because this is a effed up situation. Gabby and her boyfriend, former fiance, they had been engaged in July 2020, but her friends report they had decided to back away from the engagement and go back to BFGF some months ago. Brian Laundrie started a YouTube channel and went on an extended adventure visiting all of the national parks in the USA. You can see the one and only video she posted on their YouTube here. You can also view her Instagram here and his Instagram here. Now, it seems as though Gabby's friends do not believe the most recent posts were made by her. Some believe everything from around July 28th forward was him, but some say only the most recent post was him. This is all speculation. So what happened was she was in constant contact with her family daily until August 25th. Okay, so I guess it's August 25th that literally called someone daily to tell them where she was and what she was experiencing on her travels. After the 25th, the call stopped. Eventually, her family became concerned and contacted Brian Laundrie's family, who refused to take their calls. Wow. There was one text from Gabby's phone to her mom on August 30th. All it said was no signal in Yosemite, and her mom is not convinced it came from Gabby. A few days after Gabby and the travel van, which belonged to her, were reported missing, Brian Laundrie was pulled over by Florida police driving it. No, Gabby, he won't talk and hired a lawyer. I didn't know about that. This right here, about him being pulled over by himself. Okay, and then it continues. Let me pull up the next. Sure is a pain going from one share screen to the next, especially screenshots. Okay. Is this the right one? So, seems like some of this is cut off. I don't know. They hope Gabby is found, but they won't be commenting further on it. And he wants to stay in the background during the investigation and search. Now, the obvious question is, how do you stay in the background when you were the only person with her and the last person to see her, and you drove her van back to Florida without her in it? Now, this is where it gets even weirder. Utah police reported today that on August 12th, police were called to Gabby and Brian's location over a domestic dispute, but it was someone else who called, not Gabby or Brian. Ultimately, the charge was dismissed. August 13th, they were seen at a bar called Woody's. Also on August 13th, also the same exact bar, Woody's, the other mystery you've seen in the headlines occurred. Kylan Schulte and Crystal Beck were at the same bar and were later murdered at their campsite nearby. Before being killed, they had mentioned to someone in their family via text or phone call that a creepy man was intimidating them and stalking them at the campground. Read about that double murder here. It's also interesting to note that the last time Brian Laundrie posted on his Instagram was the same day they died, August 13th. Updated to add. You'll see in the comments below that Woody's has made a post saying they do not know for sure if Gabby and Brian were ever at that bar. Also, Gabby did say to the police in the body cam footage that they didn't drink. But it's important to know that regardless, there may still be a connection to the double murder case because the domestic dispute that the cops were called to on August 12th originated at a place called Moonflower Co-op, where one of the murdered women worked as a cashier. As of now, there is no further connection between these two cases, but police have formally stated they are not ruling it out. Edit to add, as of today, on September 17th, the police say there is no connection to the double murder. So, yeah, that's basically it. I'm thinking either he murdered her or she died by accident and he freaked out and ran and won't talk. And either way, his family is obviously protecting him. The third theory would be that this is some sort of publicity stunt to gain followers on their YouTube channel. But just from looking at their content, that doesn't strike me as something Gabby would do. And her family says no. So obviously that was before they found her. And let's see, there was a little bit more to the post here. So she says that doesn't look like what something Gabby would do, and her family says no. So did the MF kill her and then drive the van home to mommy and daddy, or WTF? Time will tell. Update on 9/17. Police now say Brian is missing too. The case keeps getting weirder. I'm trying to keep the original post update as much as I can, but you're much better off reading through all the comments for detailed info and updates. So that's a pretty interesting post. They were shot, those girls, and supposedly raped. Well, the father says so I guess we're going to have to believe that. Is that who? Is somebody asking if they're blocked? No, you aren't blocked. No, you're not blocked, Chrissy. Why? So then let's go to my community post. Oops. Okay, now that's not even, it's smaller. Here, there's a picture of Gabby holding a gun, Brian's gun. And if you guys saw this community post of mine, I got this, I saw T-Spiracy talking about this last night. Somebody had sent this picture, and I was like, oh my God, that does look like a gun on the ground right there. It looks like that same exact gun. Why would somebody put a gun there? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, Millie. So, yeah, it's justice for Gabby. So another channel the other day had said that Brian was found hanging from a tree. Well, first she tried to say, I guess she tried to say he came to her in spirit. I don't know. Okay. Sorry for laughing, but I don't know. But then she played a video of some guy saying that he was. Let's see if we could find that video. Obviously, I think if that were true, we would have heard something by now. Maybe we can go to True Tragedies. That's where it came from. And fast forward to the part where she plays a video. Unless she deleted the video saying that. Now she changes the title to has not been found. Before it was has been found. Right? I'm pretty sure that what? She was on here saying he had been found. Let's see when she plays this video. Oh, here it is.
They have found Brian Landry's remains hanging from a tree. He did commit suicide. From what I'm seeing on other social medias, I haven't seen it on the news, and ain't been able to search it to find it out on Google yet. But some other social media sites that I was scrolling through today, there were people in that area said that they had found him. He did commit suicide. He found his body hanging in a tree from a rope. So my prayers go out to Gabby's family. My prayers go out to Brian's family. It's just a terrible story. But yeah, from what I've seen, it's pretty likely that this is true, that they found him hanging today. We should find out here pretty soon for 100%. They have found Brian Landry's remains hanging from a tree. He did commit suicide. From what I'm seeing on other social medias, I haven't seen on the news, and ain't been able to search it to find it out on Google yet. But some other social media sites that I was scrolling through today, there were people in that area said that they have found him. He did commit suicide. He found his body hanging in a tree from a rope. So my prayers go out to Gabby's family. My prayers go out to Brian's family. It's just a terrible story. But yeah, from what I've seen, it's pretty likely that this is true, that they found him hanging today. We should find out here pretty soon for 100%. They have found Brian Landry's remains hanging from a tree. He did commit suicide. From what I'm seeing on other social medias, I haven't seen on the news, and ain't been able to search it to find it out on Google yet. But some other social media sites that I was scrolling through today, there were people in that area said that they have found him. He did commit suicide. He found his body hanging in a tree from a rope. So my prayers go out to Gabby's family. My prayers go out to Brian's family. It's just a terrible story. But yeah.
Repeat. Brian Landry's was found hung in a tree. He is dead. Like I said, that he was dead when he came to me on Friday. I'm going to show you guys.
Oh, yes, I was muted. Oh my gosh. Anyways, so sorry about that. So I wonder if Brian and Gabby did run into these ladies at a bar or somewhere else, and possibly maybe Brian and Gabby, this is all speculation, got in a fight or something. Maybe Brian left Gabby momentarily or just left her. Or maybe Gabby took off with these ladies to get a break from him, and he took off in the van. And maybe, when these ladies were helping Gabby hide out or get a break from Brian, maybe he found them and completely went berserk. And then, let's see, this is all speculation. And then maybe Gabby witnessed it. Maybe not. And maybe she did witness it and she was scared and she did leave with Brian. And then maybe she started threatening to contact authorities. And maybe he flipped out and hurt her. Allegedly. So, yeah, what? Let's see. See if I can find a website. Well, here's one. Found. But this, of course, was five days ago. Authorities are looking for any possible connection between a missing Florida woman and the still unsolved slaying of two women who were fatally shot at a campsite near the tourist town of Moab, Utah. They 6 days after the incident, the bodies of two newlyweds. So 6 days after the incident of this, them being pulled over, Brian and Gabby, the bodies of newlyweds Kylan and Crystal were found near Moab at a campsite. They had told friends they feared a creepy man they had seen nearby might harm them. Wow. But the one thing that gets me thinking maybe it's not related is these ladies were raped, right? According to the father. I don't think that's something that Brian would do in a rage. What do you guys think? If anybody want to come up? I keep putting the link. Yeah, who is this creepy man, I wonder? I wish they would have been more descriptive to their friends that they texted and said this to. Let's see. I need to check my... Anybody? Doodle, I don't know which video you're talking about that has the door opening and closing. There's so many videos on that on here. Because none of them are titled anything about opening and closing of a door. Proof is in the DNA, yeah. Yeah. If you want to explore more... Crumb. Oh. How is it Gabby was found? I am so glad that they can't find. I am so glad and they can't find Summer. I think because of Ellie involvement, possibly. Oh, so dang it, we're not talking about Summer right now, but I was going to show something. If you guys watched Scott H last night, he had some pretty interesting information of a 2012 drug bust ring that had like 5 people with the last name of Lawson, a few of the last name Light, and yeah, of all the people that were arrested. So I think Scott is on to something. Scott and Penny from True Crime Commentary. Scott H. With True Crime Commentary, on his channel. I can show the article real quick. I know we're on this, but the news should be talking about the other 2 ladies. Maybe someone would know more info and come forward. He had a fetish, you think? Had the whole video non-edited. So I would be interested. I want to know how Gabby was killed. Was she shot? Was she strangled? I'm guessing strangled, but if she was shot, then, and it was the same type bullets that killed those gross girls, Kylan and Crystal, then who thinks that? If you think Brian's still alive, put a 1. If you think Brian's dead, put 2. Just curious. If you think he's still alive, put 1. 2 for dead. You guys still, wow, most of you guys think that he's still alive. I think he's dead, to be honest. I know many of you guys don't think he's capable of killing himself, but he did. So yeah, didn't it's a crime. Linda, it's a crime. Let's see here. Yeah, because I guess STAN stands for send the authorities now. Was that something Gabby texted to somebody? Didn't she text her grandfather Stan? S-T-A-N? But her grandfather's name is Stan. So, right? So it's confusing. Around 63% said still alive. Let's see. Let's look at this video real quick of this.
In my last
It's a crime. A little bit of it. It's a crime. Just for reference, I need to write that down. so I can remember to give credit to her. She's great. She has Chris on sometimes.
Video in the Gabby Petito case, I talked about one of the last texts sent from Gabby's phone saying no service in Yosemite, and I connected some dots. I talked about the text perhaps being a tagline, not a text. After the video, people were making comments about another text that was made public, and that was on August 27th, 3 days before, which now makes things even more curious. The text read, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." Now, Gabby's mom said that Gabby's grandfather's name is Stan, but Gabby doesn't call him that. And the text was odd, just like the one 3 days after that. In the search warrant document, it says, on August 27, 2021, the subject's mother, Nicole Schmidt, received an odd text from the subject. The text message read, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." The reference to Stan was regarding her grandfather, but per her mother, she never calls him Stan. The mother was concerned that something was wrong with her daughter. And when I look at that phrase and break it down, there's a few things I notice. The full phrase says, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls," which doesn't fully make sense if it's taken literally, just like the Yosemite text. And it doesn't make sense if it's referencing Gabby's grandfather. Why would someone ask, "Can you help Stan?" if I'm the one getting the voicemails and missed calls? Help Stan with what? And the phrase, "I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls," suggests, perhaps, that the term "nothing else" is added to the end of the sentence. For example, "I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls and nothing else," or it's out of annoyance. I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls. But if I single this line out and say, "I just keep getting missed calls," that doesn't make sense either. This text is clever. And I had mentioned in my last video how I'm taking a look at Brian and the possibility that he texted from Gabby's phone, and it's highly likely. And also, when it comes to Brian, he loves Fight Club. He's read several books and created several drawings on it and even quotes the movie and the book. And in Fight Club, the main character loved to be called clever. In the clip, the main character is talking to his alter ego, Tyler Durden. We don't realize it is until the end of the movie. But he says, "Tyler, you are by far the most interesting single-serving friend I've ever met. See, I have this thing. Everything on a plane is single-serving." And Tyler chimes in and says, "Oh, I get it. It's very clever." And the main character says, "Thank you." Tyler says, "How's that working out for you?" Main character says, "What?" Tyler says, "Being clever." He says, "Great." Tyler says, "Keep it up then. Right up." And I thought the "no service in Yosemite" text was clever as well. And it is, and was. If you haven't seen that video, I'll have that in the description box below, or you can check it out right here or at the end of this video. And now here, 3 days before the Yosemite text, is this clever text, because it doesn't pertain to Gabby's grandfather, Stan. He's referencing something else. A song. In a song called "Stan" by Eminem, a guy named Stan was a fan of Eminem/Slim Shady. In the video, Stan wrote him letters, but he didn't get any back. And he grew more and more obsessed with Eminem. And at this time, Stan's girlfriend was pregnant. And as he grew more and more obsessed, he had pictures all over the room like a shrine. He dyed his hair like him, and he wanted to be like him and said he wanted to be with him. But one night, he doesn't write another letter. Instead, he does a recording while in a car, driving fast.
Are you serious? Sorry, I had to pause this because you can't just play somebody's whole video without pausing and commenting it. They can strike you. The Gabby's family lawyer has Gabby's pic, or the family lawyer of the Laundries, I guess, has Gabby's pic on his Yelp. What? How? What's the family lawyer? Let me look it up. Gabby or Brian Laundrie. Wonder if it's still there. Lawyer Yelp. Dude, that is so so not classy if he has his that is true. Stephen Bertolini. Stephen Bertolone. Stephen Bertolino. Bertolino. And let's see. Yelp. There it is. Ew. Here, guys, I'll show this real quick. We're going to continue this video, but, we have to stop it. Let me show you guys this. Why? Can other people add photos, or is it just him? Are we sure that somebody else didn't? See, it says KCC, though. Or, I don't know if he added these. That's a Hannah L. Yeah, I don't think he added these pictures, but right here, though. But that is weird right here by his name. By his name is Gabby's picture. Oh, I hope he didn't put that. Who's Junkies? Oh man, it doesn't say who added my. Oh no, it's totally fine. But by his name is a picture of Gabby, so that's weird. Let's read these reviews. For all those hopping on here to leave negative reviews, I have a question. Would you rather live in a country where your government can be prosecutor, jury, and judge and set the police or a mob loose on any one of us to be then killed for our punishment? Or would you rather live in America where everyone is guaranteed fair and equal representation? Before you say, I am sticking up for a woman murderer, save it. I absolutely am no more doing that than his lawyer is. No country is perfect, but America is pretty darn great in this area. As all of you hope, justice comes for Gabby. Justice in the American way. Just as disgusting as Brian and the Laundry family. Just as guilty as... Where'd you send Brian off to? Where did you advise his parents to send him to? Gross, you have a picture of Gabby on your page. Absolutely disgusting. Also, I don't see murder under your specialty. His specialty is assault and battery, DWIs, burglary. You wanted to be famous, and you are. You are helping a murderer with his defense. May your karma own you. You are disgusting. Better call Steven, not an ambulance chaser, but more of a bloat fly chasing a fresh pile of dung or a fresh corpse. Do you also practice law in a shopping mall? Heads up, if your client is too cowardly to off himself, I'm available for hire. I just need expenses and per diem paid to Brazil or wherever you sent him. I don't see anybody in the, okay. I don't see anybody who's added. I don't know. Hi, Pamela. People playing, P. What? Beyond far-fetched. How would Gabby's grandfather's parents think to name him Stan because someday his granddaughter would be murdered by a POS woman abuser? How do people come up with this stuff? Well, I think that she probably goes on to explain why people think that Stan stands for send the authorities now, which makes sense to me. I mean, but
and drunk, and his pregnant girlfriend is in the trunk of the car. He drives off of a bridge into the water and kills her and himself. And according to the Urban Dictionary, stan means a crazed or obsessed fan. And the term comes from the song Stan by Eminem. The term stan is used to describe a fan who goes to great lengths to obsess over a celebrity. Now let's go over some of the words in the song. Stan writes to Slim, or Eminem. In the very first verse, he says, "Dear Slim, I wrote you but still ain't callin'. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back in autumn. You must not have got 'em. There probably was a problem at the post office or something. Sometimes I scribble addresses too sloppy when I jot 'em." The second verse starts off, "Dear Slim, you've been perfect. So this saved me from drowning. Now it's too late. I'm on 1,000 downers. Now I'm drowsy. And all I want is screaming in the trunk. But I didn't slit her throat. If you relax a little, I'm glad I inspired a friend who can only get missed calls."
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding through this because I don't think that you guys can all go to her channel and watch this if you want, but I don't think that Eminem's song really has much to, like, the lyrics has anything to do with what happened. You know, my opinion.
And voicemails. On the 27th, this was written, and on the 30th, as I stated, "No service in Yosemite" was a tagline, not a text. And this text 3 days before wasn't regarding Gabby's grandfather directly. It was another tagline and another tell, a pattern for the texter. Can't get a hold of Gabby, there's no service. And the word Yosemite, which means to kill others. 2 confessions in 3 days, with kill as the common denominator and silence in both. Then I visited Spotify to double check. And on Nomadic Static's Spotify page, I looked at his playlist and also looked at people he's following. And sure enough, I found him, Eminem. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. And looking at the timeline again, Gabby's van was spotted on the 27th of August between 6 or 6:30 p.m. at
I don't know, guys. Eminem's a pretty popular for him because he's following him. I don't think that means anything. I am a huge Eminem fan. Like I am obsessed with him. And I'm older than Brian, and I think that, you know, if my daughter's a fan, and she's obviously way younger than me. So I think that there's a huge range of people age-wise that are but do I believe that possibly Stan stood for send the authorities now? Yeah. But you would think if Gabby was going to send that to her parents on send it, that her parents would know, like, maybe it was a code word or something. What's going on now? He's psychotic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if he put that profile, if the lawyer put, I don't know what to think about that, because I can see, you know, people can upload pictures, but did the lawyer put Gabby's picture as his profile picture? If so, that is so, I mean, I can't even explain how disgusting that is. Eminem is so hot. And I'm not usually one of those girls that like, oh, like celebrities, you know what I mean? No, not at all. I don't even really fawn over guys either really too much, but I just think he's hot. So anyways. So T-Spiracy had a really good live last night. Let's watch this. It's actually on the same thing we're kind of talking about, or what I wanted to talk about the possible correlation between these two cases. And let's see. I like T-Spiracy.
No, Rich Lux does wear a crown. You're right.
Let's go to
Yeah. So
there was
I
a
like Amazon
girl
Music.
that
I love
came
Amazon
on.
Music, and I don't have Spotify.
This is the lady right here.
You sound better. Hello.
Has anyone seen Mario?
Oh, Mario, the princess.
Hey! And there was a bunch of coins that popped out of his
Anyway, sound better.
head. There was a bunch of coins.
Oh my God, Gourmet Thursday. 1 second. Let me just explain this. Okay, guys. Ever since I went live with this case, this person has been calling in just to say
I love her
hi, and
accent.
it's
It's so
just
cute.
really random, but anyways, hi, Gourmet Thursday.
Hi, I'm a new subscriber. Can you hear me?
I can hear you really.
Okay, good. I'm kind of new to this. I have so many thoughts about this case, and just like you, I'm completely obsessed and watching everything I can and trying to piece it together. I'm mapping it out. I'm, writing things down. And anyway, hopefully I can just tell you like some thoughts, and then
I think that's a good point, actually, Modern Perspective. I just think that the way it was sent in text message didn't make sense. Why would she call her grandfather Stan? I have never called my grandparents by name, ever. So that's why it was weird. And that's why they thought it was strange. But that's a good point too. Like if they were concerned about that text message, maybe they didn't think. Whoever really thinks though that their child is going to be killed? Nobody thinks like that. And maybe they didn't think anything of it until she's not contacting them. And he comes back to Florida without her to pick up things. And, she was regularly contacting them. So at the time of that text message, the Stan text message, I don't think that they probably thought anything of it. Now, fast forward to the present or a couple weeks later, then they probably was like, oh my gosh, this text looks highly sus. So
then like some things that I'm trying to understand, and maybe you can give me your thoughts about it. But so like for instance with the timeline, right? So on the 12th of August, they get stopped by the police because of this whole big violent fight that they had. And in the body cam video, you can hear him say that they have been in the area for about a week prior, and that they camped or they went camping in this like precious arches or whatever it's called, delicate arches, the day before, and they were going back to get water, which explains why they're heading to the arches around 6:45 p.m. or 4:45 p.m.
right.
Anyway, so okay, and this is just my opinion, but after that fight, the cops separated them, but I do believe that he was a controlling, abusive person and that there was domestic violence. And the fact that they got separated, I think that he went back to find her that night, and she was with those two women, or, I think they knew those two women that got killed the next day.
Right.
And I think that they were protecting her and like trying to keep him away from her. I think he was really in a rage, and it made them scared. And that's why they told people that there was this creepy guy in the area, and they were afraid that he'd murder them, because I really do think that he went into a real serious rage that night. And I think that Gabby was breaking up with him. I think she had it. That was her last straw. She was, in fear, which is so understandable for a girl that's 22 who now is in a police car and she might get arrested, and he's laughing about it. And so I really think that kind of sent him over to the dark side. And I think that he was so freaking pissed off that night of the 12th that on the 13th he found those women. And if you look at the map, I mean, it's just so eerie. If you map all these places out, they're all very close to each other, because those
they're all so close. Yeah, they're all really close.
Yeah,
really close.
Because they spent a lot of time in the Canyonlands, and Canyonlands is also near Warner Lake, and the two women were found near Warner Lake, shot. And reading about it, it was near their campsite. So to me, like, it makes sense that they had met these women in their travels, probably hung out with them. That's why they were at the cooperative that day.
Let me ask you something. What day did their murder happen on? Because those women, because I can't even remember. Do you remember?
So the last time that they were seen was coming out of Woody's Tavern, which was on Main Street.
Right.
And remember, the police took him to Bowen Motel. Bowen Motel was just a few blocks away from Woody's Tavern. So the last time they were seen was on the 13th at 9:30 p.m. And their bodies were found on the 18th, but they went missing. Nobody saw them after the 13th. Their bodies were found near their campsite, near Warner Lake, which was near the Canyonlands, where Gabby and Brian were camping.
So do you think that Gabby knew about what he did, if that's the case?
Well, this is where it gets a little fuzzy, where we don't know. So assuming I'm right, and I don't know, but this is what I think, because I think it makes sense. I think he shot them. He does have a gun. We know he has a gun. And we know he, draws pictures with guns and violent pictures and all this stuff. So I do believe he probably did take a gun on this trip. Anyway, so they were found shot near their campsite, which was near the Canyonlands, which is probably near a campsite that Gabby and Brian were familiar with. And so then where it gets mysterious is like, so this probably happened at nighttime, possibly that night of the 13th. But we don't know or hear anything from Gabby after the 12th, right? Because there's a couple of Instagram pictures on the 12th of him, but we don't hear anything anymore from her on Instagram. So
sorry, I have to mute myself, so I can't be like, when you say something, I can't be like yes, you know what I mean?
Oh,
so
that's okay.
I'm just telling you, like, because
that's
it'll
okay.
echo, so I have to leave myself on mute, and I don't want you to think I'm not interested in what you're saying. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Okay.
I get it. But if at any point that you don't agree with me, or you're questioning, or you have a different opinion.
So I'm playing this part because I really like this lady's opinion. And actually, I believe people are reading way too much into what music he listened to and stuff he drew. I make dark art and listen to dark music, but it would never harm a hair on my beautiful wife's head. Yeah. But when something like this happened, people will start looking into that kind of stuff. So we'll know her father murdered. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys something. We'll go back to this because I think this lady makes some great points. That was T-spiracy. But Millie just sent me something that I want to show you guys real quick. And I also want to show you guys something from Brian's Instagram that is interesting. So this is, sorry, that's, by the way, this is as big as I can get it. This is from today, September 22nd. And it is directed towards Stephen Bertolino, the attorney of the Laundries family. And it comes from, obviously, the attorney of Gabby's family, Richard Stafford. Mr. Bertolino, the Petito and Schmidt family are demanding that you remove Gabby Petito's picture from your Yelp page. That webpage is, and then they attach the link. The family tried to remove their daughter's picture from your page and were informed that only the business owner can add or remove pictures. Furthermore, the Petito and Schmidt family demand that you cease and desist posting pictures of Gabby Petito to any and all of your social media pages, web pages, or advertisements in an effort to gain business. I'm sure this will be taken care of by 2 p.m. or I will take further action on behalf of Gabby's family. Wow, guys. So let's check here in an hour, because I'm guessing this is Eastern Standard Time. And Eastern Standard Time, in 1 hour, it will be 2 p.m. So we need to check back here in an hour and see if those pictures have been removed from his Yelp page. And we'll see. I think it's a reasonable request. We'll see what kind of person this attorney is. Does he really have pictures of Gabby up on his website? Let me check. Stephen Bertolino webpage. Bertolino, New York, attorney. Okay, I found his webpage. I doubt that he has any pictures of here on here. I mean, that'd be pretty disgusting. Yeah, I don't see anything on his webpage. Does anybody know caliber of weapon they're using in double homicide? Is it a small pistol? That would be very interesting. Bye, Annie. I would not recommend effing with the Petitos or Schmidts. They will not okay around. They have Dr. Phil and John Walsh backing them. I think he choked and then shot her. Man, if he did both of those, that's pretty. Yeah, I don't see. Let's go back here and go to images and see. Let's also share this that somebody made, that Dr. Doodle made. Wanted, Brian Laundrie. He is not missing. It is a manhunt. Hey, Judy. Yeah, you guys email me with anything interesting on this case, or also the Moab girls that were shot. Oh, wait. This was going to show you guys too. So this was posted on Brian's Instagram on July 3rd. Only 2.5 months later, a little over 2.5 months later, he murderer, allegedly. He puts in the description, my biggest fear is that one day I'll wake up and it will all have been a dream, because that is what every second has felt like since the moment we found each other, till death do us part, until I wake up. I'm so happy the answer was yes. Love you, honey. Till death do us part. He sounds obsessed. My biggest fear is that one day I'll wake up and it's all been a dream. So this is the type of person who would freak out if their girlfriend left them or threatened to leave them. It's an odd thing to put on there, I think. Because my biggest fear is that one day I'll wake up and it will all have been a dream, because that is what every second has felt like since the moment we found each other. What else does he have here on his... That guy looks creepy. This looks satanic to me. Is that his phone number? 786-519-3708. I was in that. Ew, that's creepy. There's guns and blood and knives. Frankenstein. Okay. He's a good drawer, but some of these are real creepy. It's been an incredible year, by far the best of my life. I've been to so many beautiful places, had so many amazing experiences, and all with the best sidekick in the world. I believe he killed her via blunt force trauma to the head, probably with one of the thousands of cobbles laying around. Yeah, because I saw a map of where she was found, and where you see that van in those people's video where they passed the van, what they thought was Gabby's van. She was found back behind, like way beyond in that field, I think. Is Amanda on here? So I saw somebody reference Amanda, and I'm not seeing her for some reason. He's a huge Fight Club buff. An Instagram caption didn't even make sense. He equated his biggest fear with his best time. He's afraid it will end, or does he intend it to end? Creepy. Yeah. I've hiked hundreds of miles I've hiked hundreds of miles on the AT, but hiking in Colorado seemed like my ship crashed on a whole other planet. A Ferris wheel with a serious view, and an arcade with an Austin Powers pinball machine. The highlight of Los Angeles. The highlight of Los Angeles was definitely the street art. Now I know what people mean when they say LA sucks. It's a good picture of her. I should. Save that one. Somebody put LA hates your weirdo ass. That's why. Oh boy. Wow, the west coastline along Highway 1 sported some of the most impressive rock formations. Little romantic getaway to the mountains. They must have had a professional camera. Ruins of a paper mill getting pulled into a creek years after a massacre by Union soldiers. Cool spot to chill. Somebody put, you and your family hiding behind a screwball lawyer. Probably got connections too. She lived with you, didn't even bother to care. She was missing. No apology, no sympathy. Her entire family is garbage. What? Her entire family? You mean his entire family? Me and my coolest kid I know, my nephew, BFF since the day he was born. Well, hopefully he's nothing like you. Just dug up some of my old watercolors, he says. I will actually attribute all my skill in painting to dissecting the works of art of MM. I have never attended any schooling for art, but because of my love of comics, I never needed a second in a classroom. Ew, it's a lot of devils. Like, that would give a few more. Just want to say I'm a really big fan art of MM. It might sound silly to say, but the first time I picked up Hellboy, I was 8, and it had a big impact on me. Thank you for creating such an intricate character. It might sound silly to say, but the first time I picked up Hellboy, I was 8. You guys, I guess this is what comics do to your children. I don't know. That's not true, but I'm just. In my training and experience, based on the location of Gabby's body, I believe she tried to run from him to another campsite when he was beating her, and he panicked and chased her down, killing her. Yeah. Maybe she knew something too. Like maybe she witnessed something with those girls. I know you don't think that, Modern Prospector, but I do believe Brian's sister has been kept out of the loop, and I'm glad she is speaking out a little about Gabby. It's Hellboy. Yeah, that's what he says. I don't know. I've never watched that stuff. I don't know. Is it demon type stuff? It would make me feel, I don't know. I believe she was leaving him when they returned to Florida, and he couldn't handle that. I thought at first that maybe they got an argument. They were in this van together, in close proximity, like way too long. And they got an argument, and he just kind of flipped. That's what I really originally thought. Yeah. Because I just wonder if, she needed, because they were in a van together, for weeks on end. And I wonder if she just needed one to hang out with that wasn't Brian, just like a little bit of time away. And maybe they met these ladies and she clicked with them and just wanted to hang out. And there is guys who get jealous of girls even hanging out with girls. Trust me, I've met some and dated some. And they'll even, these women were, a couple. And maybe he just thought that, I don't know, maybe he thought that there was something going on in his crazy mind. So when he left to fly home, that's when she worked on and uploaded the van life site. He's only 23 though, got sense to out with the police. I know. I don't know I guess he's got this outdoorsy skills and maybe he can survive, or maybe before they realized he was gone, he took off but you would think that they would have been able to find him. You can't get away with crossing the border or getting on a plane with a fake ID nowadays. Maybe there was somebody that he knew that looked like him, but who would, But did you see that picture? He had a gun. But, if he did hurt those girls or kill those girls, it's going to be known because I'm sure they have that gun. Unsolved crimes in Northport. Oh, I'm sure there is. That's going to be a huge rabbit hole, though, if I go down that one. Let's see here. Let's go. This one's really creepy. Who watches The Watchmen? Swipe for some Rorschach test. What? I looked in the mirror for this one. What? Isn't that some Illuminati type stuff right there with that triangle and the eye and the triangle? Just, I don't know. Just wondering. I don't know much about that, but I was big into that game, Doom, for a while. But it is scary. My daughter couldn't watch me play because she'd have nightmares. What are you guys saying? Can't see. Are you serious? Yeah, where's that? Where did you see that at? Hold on, let me see. Body found today near Rogersville, Tennessee. Wait, where'd you see that at? True crime. Oh, wait. Hold on, we gotta look at this too. I wanna hear about that body found though. And I will look at what you're talking about true crime commentary. Hold on. Write that down. But I have, somebody sent me the reply from the lawyer from Laundrie's lawyer, Dirty Laundrie's lawyer. And I want to read this with you guys. That's disgusting. Let's see if I'm not reading this out of order. That's disgusting. Just so you know, my website and review sites that I do not control have been overrun by John Q. Public. Indeed, Whelp actually shut the site down due to the inordinate amount of force commenting on it. I have not advertised or sort business in over 20 years, and I would certainly not use this case to drum up any business. Somebody said, okay, thank you. I'll use that as comment. Then the lawyer says, this is sad. I have never used social media or any other electronic platform for advertising other than maintaining a website. I do not control the internet sites nor the hacks and public that have been overrunning the internet with fake comments and posts. Yesterday, Yelp had shut down its page for my firm due to inordinate and unconfirmed posts. I would certainly agree with Mr. Stafford that any such posts he is referring to should be removed, but advise him that I have no control over that Yelp site. I believe him. That's probably true. So, true crime commentary is a leak. I mapped it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Give me a second. Body found in woods off Underwood Springs Branch Road. Oh my God. I prayed today that Summer would be found. I did. When I first woke up, I prayed today. But, I mean, they're saying body. So if they're not saying a child's body found, then it's probably not her. Officials with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office confirmed that with News Channel 11 that deputies discovered a body in the woods off Underwood Springs Branch Road in Bluff City. SCSO Captain Andy Siebolt said the identity has not been confirmed, but told News Channel 11 the body is believed to be that of an adult male. Oh, I mean, I don't want someone found dead, but the body will undergo a forensic examination at the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City. Yeah, I want Summer found. Yeah, she was probably strangled, is what I'm guessing. Well, this will be interesting to see who this man is. But I knew once it said body found, I figured usually it would say, I mean, I would think it would say child's body found if it was possibly.
Just speak up, because I'm trying to like piece this all together in my mind so that it makes sense. So between the 14th and the 26th, we don't know really what's going on with Gabby. And there's this talk about him taking a trip back to, or flight back to Florida, like on the 17th and coming back on the 23rd. And she's staying in a hotel in Salt Lake City for those days. And nobody talks about ever hearing from her during this time frame when she's alone and she has access to a phone, she has access to computers, she has access to people. So I actually asked one of these cops, Judy Ron, I asked his opinion about that because that's very mysterious.
Oh my God, that's who I was trying to think of today.
That's who I thought you were talking about.
That's exactly who I was trying to think of. Judy Ron. I'm over here like, what is the guy's name? That's who I was trying to think of. Okay.
So his response to my question about like, why wouldn't she have reached out to anybody during a time when, you know, he's gone? And he says that law enforcement never verified that flight ever happened. And he doesn't believe that Brian actually took that flight, which to me makes sense because I can't see another scenario where Gabby is in a hotel, not going out on the town, not talking to anybody, not posting pictures. I mean, he probably took her phone if he did, but still she'd have access to a hotel computer or be able to talk to somebody. So it's very mysterious, like what was going on between the two of them during that time frame before he killed her. I do believe, though, that during that time frame, she was like, I'm not getting back with you. We're not, you know.
I like to listen to that lady last night. She had some good possible so this channel is called, I found this, GV Network. I'll write that down to add this to my description. What are you guys saying? Yeah, they just confirmed a homicide. We don't know like the manner of death, just that it was a homicide. Her body was outside for about 3 weeks. You think that she was not found for 3 weeks? Yeah, and so on the dad's Facebook, wait, did I share this yet? I don't think I did. Yeah, I did. Where he says that are authorities really going to tell us that this is an isolated case? That was the dad of Kylan and Crystal. One of the dads of one of them, obviously, not both, but he calls himself dad to both of them. He was saying that there was a wedding party that was going on very close to the day that they were killed. And that he wants them to contact people from that wedding party to contact him and let them know if they heard any gunshots or anything or saw anybody weird. Her phone went dead August 29th or 30th. Yeah, I'm wondering, I want to know too, like the supposed date she was killed, from the autopsy, like the specific date. And what date was that when they saw the van at the side of the road? Does anybody know? I mean, he came back in the van, right? He brought the van back. This is CV or GV Network. Oh, I don't know what it is, but these are postcards from Gabby.
And Gabby, Brian Laundrie's sister, shares images of postcards sent by Petito. The sister of Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the case of Gabby Petito, has shared postcards she received while the couple were on a cross-country road trip. Throughout the summer months, Petito and her fiancé, Laundrie, were on a cross-country road trip. After leaving New York, the couple entered Utah. The sister of Brian Laundrie.
So, hey, Nick. The rocks here are so cool. Uncle Brian and I have seen many different rock types. I knew there are different kinds of rocks, but I didn't know that some rocks are different formations. Did you? The rocks that are most popular in the park are called hoodoos. Funny name, right? Haha. Love, Aunt Gabby. Is this dated? Wish I had a date. Then there's no dates on these. Dang it. Alex, guess what? Oh my gosh. Me and Uncle Brian were sitting on a rock eating a snack after our long walk, and the fattest squirrel I've ever seen came right on my lap. Wow. And with his tiny hands, stole a piece of the granola bar I was eating. Can you believe it? He must steal everyone's food. I can't read that word. Oh man, that's wild. A squirrel, LOL. Let's see. Hey Nick, Uncle Brian and I miss you so much. Everywhere we go reminds us of you. Like the red rocks at Bryce Canyon. The sky here is so open. There's more stars than I've ever seen. Scorpio is so big and bright every night. It's always the first one me and Uncle Brian spot. Love, Aunt Gabby. I wish I could see the dates on these.
Laundrie were on a cross-country road trip. After leaving New York, the couple entered Utah around August. Petito and Laundrie visited multiple areas in Utah and shared postcards with Cassie Laundrie Brian's sister and her family. The rocks here are so cool. Uncle Brian and I have seen many different rock types. I knew there are different kinds of rocks, but I didn't know that some are different formations. Did you? One post.
I read over that, but here, this is a picture I wanted to show that somebody sent me. Dr. Doodle. Doesn't that look like, let me make sure this picture is, okay. Doesn't that look like hand marks or something? It's like red. Her arm. Looks like she was possibly grabbed really hard on her arm. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm not saying he shot and killed her, but why would CSI mark bullet holes in surrounding trees? Yeah, that's true. They did say something about bullet holes in like a log or something. JB is calling out the TikTok woman right now. JB. Who's JB? What's JB? I heard some people said that they don't believe this lady. Who's JB? Oh, WFLA. Okay, one second.
I'll just get one word and it'll be like disregard, unproven.
Hold on.
to let us know that like the whole online community sleuthing disproved that claim really quickly, and then it's like, okay, on.
We have a video where we hear him, we see his mannerisms, we see that we see how he walks, and all those things play into identifying something. We generally don't have that for a suspect or person of interest, and even if we have surveillance video, it's not nearly as clear as that body camera video was from in Moab, Utah. And we also, I think, have a little bit of there's a tattoo on his hand, I believe. I don't recall which hand, but all those things help. So the curious question I would have for the woman who picked this guy up, if she did, what did you do about that? Did you realize it afterwards? If it's true, at what point did you know it was him? Did you know about it afterwards? I was on Twitter this morning, and I said that what we're going to do is we're going to separate fact from fiction on these live streams, and we remain committed to that because there's so much out there regarding this story that it's our job as journalists here to keep you informed as to what is valid and what isn't valid. And what I'd like to do here is just remind folks that there's so much uncertainty surrounding this case. So that doesn't fall necessarily within the realm of fact or fiction. It's just in an area of unknown between fact and fiction that we just we're a lot of variables live right now as far as this story. So I appreciate the question. That's the first time we've had it here as far as the TikToker who said that they picked up Brian Laundrie. And again, if we hear anything about that being a valid story or if it's disproven, we'll let you know about it. So many times have I been messaged on my WFLA JB Instagram account or my Facebook account. People like, JB, look at this. JB, look at this. Oh my God, now they're posting this, Reddit that, TikTok this, TikTok that. And then like an hour later or 2 hours later, I'll just get one word and it'll be like, disregard, unproven, to let us know that like the whole online community sleuthing disproved that claim really quickly. And then it's like, okay, on to the next one, on to the next theory, or on to the next claim, or on to the next piece of internet gossip. And we're going to keep things rooted in reality. And that is our commitment here to you here from WFLA. From Stella Mommy on Twitter. Hello to our Twitter audience. #HAB. Do they have a TFR today? Yes, they do have a TFR. As I understand it,
and it is to 400 feet. But we could have Eagle 8 HD in the sky, and I'll ask Debbie here at the assignment desk, is there any update on whether or not we're going to have Eagle in the sky participating in the search efforts today? Still waiting for an update in that regard. And if Eagle 8 HD is in the sky over the area, we will take you live to live Eagle 8 video with, of course, our wonderful chief photographer here at the station, Paul Lamison, who is the voice of Eagle 8 HD. So yes, they do have a TFR. It's only to 400 feet. The chopper, of course, is way above 400 feet, more at an altitude of about 1,200 feet. So we do have the opportunity here, folks, to get you some new aerial search video. From Tara Maglio Jacobs on Twitter, #HeyJB, is there any footage of Brian actually driving the car to the reserve, traffic cameras, or anything like that? There has to be something for them to be focusing so hard in that area other than the word of his family.
Very solid question, and just such a, I mean, again, this is such a modern case in all the visuals that are involved, and that's a great point. That could be something that that they have that they're not telling us. Again, police do not tell us everything, and we understand the reason for that. And would you want Brian to know, hey, if he has access to a car, hey, a camera might catch you that way? But that's great question. We don't know the answer, but it's definitely a possibility, right?
It is a possibility, and we'll of course follow up on this style of question here, folks. Let's get to, and let's just, is there any footage? Here's the thing, there's nothing to say that there wasn't footage.
Right.
A traffic camera. There could have been a traffic camera on the route from the house to the reserve here.
Right.
But that's not something that the police are going to put out on blast. That's not something that they're going to just share out to the public. That's something that they're going to reserve to themselves, especially with the FBI leading this investigation now. So there's nothing to say that there isn't footage. Maybe they've got a whole lot more evidence that Brian is in this area than we currently know about at this time.
No doubt about that. And I think, one example of these cameras too, by the way, is the National Park System has cameras. There's surveillance systems out there, we found out. And that's crazy to determine possibly that.
It certainly was looked into by law enforcement. Now I will share exactly my initial reaction, my gut reaction. Walt, were you on stream with me yesterday when we got in that? No, it was Josh Benson.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Have you seen the trail cam picture? You know the one we're talking about?
I have, yeah.
All right. Well, my gut impression yesterday was that there's very little to no resemblance to Brian Laundrie.
Really?
Did you guys see that picture of the trail cam picture of Brian supposedly? Trail cam picture of Brian, Baker, Florida. See if I can find it real quick. Yeah, there it is. I don't think this looks like him. We can go back to that in a second. Show you guys this. Man, what do you guys think? Not him. That was debunked. Just released a statement saying they searched the area where the image was taken extensively and didn't find anything or anyone of interest. Cops searched using a drone and checked nearby farmlands. In a statement, cops said there are no known possible past or current connections between Laundrie and anyone in this area at this time to follow up on. The hunt for Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie, who's believed to be the last person. Just making sure I was unmuted because to see her alive may have broken wide open because someone thinks they spotted him about 500 miles from his Florida home. Sam Best says a man fitting Brian's description was seen on his trail camera set up in the wilderness in Baker, Florida, early Monday morning, and he's alerted the authorities. Brian's backpack. That's not that great of a picture. I can't really tell. So that's Brian's backpack. And then if we go back up to that backpack, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's, you guys are saying it's been debunked anyways, so if I was on the run, I would be in the woods around a place no one knows me, right? I agree, Randy. I mean, I don't think just because he doesn't have any ties to that area that means anything. I mean, actually, I think it would be kind of stupid to go in an area where you have ties, where you know people. Now, I don't know how he's surviving unless he's just really good at, a survivalist that can, kill animals and cook them and whatever. But he's going to need to be near some type of running water. I mean, you can't drink water that is like, just sitting. It will kill you. Unless he boils it. I don't know. I mean, he is maybe he is able to survive out here in the wilderness. 500 miles away is pretty far. 500 miles away, though. How is it 500 miles away if it's in Florida? I mean, is Florida even 500 miles long? That doesn't make sense because I don't even think Florida is 500 miles long. But it does say in this article 500 miles, so. I mean, it is, kind of sus, but this picture. And it does, the hair looks about right. I don't know. I know you guys don't think he killed himself, but I really do think he did. If he had a head start, it appears he would be in Connecticut, Vermont, Canada even. And if he left early enough, he wasn't on any no-fly lists, true. But you would think that they would be able to find easily any flights that he possibly took if it was under his name. Now, maybe he was able to get the ID of somebody else that looked like him. If he did, that person's in huge trouble. If I'd say it's not him, yeah, then it's probably not. To me, the backpack looks nothing like the same. Private charter, possibly. I worry he has left the country. Yeah. That's his only way of, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys think his parents know where he's at? I wish I could figure out how to do like a poll. I don't know how to do a poll on here, like ask you guys like to answer. Do you guys think his family knows where he's at? Or do you think his family knows kind of like maybe they gave him some money to live off of, like cash, because he's not going to be able to use any type of credit cards or anything like that because there's going to be a trail. That would just be stupid to use any type of debit cards or credit cards. Maybe he has some cash. Maybe he's going around wearing a face mask and a hat. You can do a poll live and chat. I don't know how. Oh, yeah, 1 for yes or 2 for no, yeah. But I've seen people do like live polls where they, like, I've seen Gray and, Why else would they pretend to know where he was for days? The parents are almost definitely involved with helping him get away, probably staying with family internationally. Is he have family internationally? If you guys believe any, let's see what, if I was sent anything. What is this? Sorry, I'm looking at an email. Mexico will definitely ship his ass back. Yeah, that is true. I mean, you can't get on a cruise without one. And yeah, you can't go into other country without a test. So that is. What is this video you sent me, Doodle? Oh my gosh, I do see somebody walking. Where did you get this? Where was this from? Hold on. I'll pull it up. I was watching on my phone, but now I need to pull it up on let's watch this. I don't know where this from, but Doodle just sent it to me. Let's see here. Okay, so where's this from? Doodle, did you say yet? A sleuth found it from the footage of the search yesterday, allegedly. Okay, guys, watch this. Oh my God. You can definitely see somebody walking. Do you guys see that? Yeah, all you guys, if you have anything interesting on this case or the Moab murders, yeah, just email me, ziggy333@mail.com, and I'll pull it up here. So did they not see? Wow. That looks like a person walking, not an animal. Let's see what you guys are saying here. You can't see the person like moving. Hold on, let me watch. First of all, you can't see where in the circle something moving, like walking. Yeah. That does look like somebody walking. I don't know where this came from. This video. It's actually a screen grab. It looks like a screen grab from somebody's phone. So I don't know where this was originally. I wish I could go to the original video. It was turned into FBI. I know last night after dark, the helicopter went back up in that area. Okay. Good. You can't see it? You can't see it, Sophie? You can't see the person walking? Here, I'll play it like a bunch. Here, let me. Wish there was. I don't think I can change the quality. I think I keep it playing and then see what you guys are saying. I have it on repeat, so. Let's see if there's a way I could blow it up. I don't think so. Whoa. Now we can't see the circle. Yeah, there's no way to. Fortunately, there's no way to zoom in on that. But you could see, I can't even make the quality any better either, unfortunately. Yeah, taken fell up from a helicopter, but I don't know. I was just emailed me it, or somebody just emailed me it. So I don't know the source yet. Doodle's going to try to find the source. I mean, I really don't think that that's a animal, but let's go back to.
What was your reaction?
So
Free home be released.
they have 10 days. So 10 days from, I would say 10 days from Monday. If they got it on Monday, did they get it on Sunday? 10 days from Sunday. And then of course they can, if they want, and they can request it to be sealed, but then there's still a date, time frame for how long they can seal it. And they have to go back. And I've dealt with this before where things got sealed for a while and it was something I wanted to see. So I had to sort of fight for it. It wasn't that hard of a fight, but I had to point out the law. You can only seal it for X amount of days. And then you can keep sealing it. A woman on Twitter, I pointed out to her, she pointed out a case where the file was sealed for 1 year, a murder case. I just don't see that happening here. So we could have it any day now, or perhaps they wait until that 10th day, because there could be, look, you go to a judge to get a warrant, you put in that affidavit, you spell out your case.
What exactly do you think that we're going to find out when that documentation becomes public?
Well, it's a great question. Who knows? But think about the warrant we have. I have it right here.
It's on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, the previous search warrant documentation that we received.
This is from the Northport Police Department. This was a warrant. Think how vanilla this warrant is. They were first on the 14th. That would be last Tuesday. They asked to search the van. Okay. Then and then on the next day they asked to search the hard drive, the external hard drive they found in the van. Just in this one warrant, we found out all sorts of information. We found out police were worried about Gabby's mental state. We found out about that text that Gabby's mom said was she quote unquote, according to this document, odd, because it was basically supposedly from Gabby saying, talking about Stan and about how her calls were going to voicemail. And the mom pointed out it's odd because she doesn't call her grandfather Stan. So now that tightens our timeline theoretically. If Gabby didn't send that, now she's been missing for 5 days instead of 3 days. So we learned that in here. And we also learned that the probable cause they were looking for was tied to a crime, right? Even though he's a person of interest, it was tied to a crime about missing and endangered people. So that affidavit from the FBI could very well have some very interesting purported facts about the case that the FBI used to get it, but we just don't have that affidavit yet. It can definitely tell a story. Affidavits always tell a story because that's how you get one from a judge. You go to a judge, you say, this is our probable cause. This is what we know right now. We want to know more, and that's why we want to search this particular place.
Again, taking your hashtag HJB, hashtag HWalt comments and questions here in the Facebook Live comment section. I will lose sleep over this tonight if I don't correct myself, being the Star Wars nerd that I am. You go into light speed to travel in hyperspace in Star Wars. So I fumbled on that Star Wars reference there, and I cannot live with myself knowing that I botched.
But I get the image, right? The
that.
image
Yes.
is the...
Yeah, I would think if they, unless they, unless they didn't notice at first, and then they had people, show, be like, hey, there's something moving there. And then by the time that they realized it, they couldn't, either this person was hidden somewhere under something and it wasn't showing up anymore, or maybe they didn't notice, it was too late when they found out that there was something moving there. JB is so cute. Oh gosh. The search for Gabby Petito's fiance Brian Laundrie continues this week. Here's why it's been so hard to find him. Police search in Florida resumed their search this week for Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby, whose remains were found Sunday. Investigators are searching for Laundrie on the Venice side of the Carlton Reserve, a 25,000-acre nature reserve near the family's home in Northport, Florida. See, I keep getting these ads for phones because I was looking at the iPhone 13 last night. Freaking T-Mobile wants me to pay a ridiculous amount to upgrade our iPhone 12s. So stupid. Well, not mine, but my daughter's. An underwater dive team arrived at the Carlton Reserve Wednesday. The team is from the Sarasota Sheriff's Office and is called the Sheriff's Underwater Recovery Force, a team of highly trained underwater specialists who are called upon to search for evidence of crimes and victims of drowning, water accidents, and foul play. The ongoing search comes as investigators try to piece together what happened to Petito, 22, and Laundrie, 23, on their road trip through the American West this summer. The couple had posted online regularly about their travels with the hashtag van life, but those posts abruptly stopped in late August. See, I would have guessed he was in his late 20s, even early 30s. Laundrie returned to his parents' home in Florida without her on September 1st, according to police. Petito was reported missing by her parents on September 11th. What? A coroner confirmed Tuesday the remains found Sunday in Wyoming's Bridger Teton National Forest are those of Petito. Guys, God bless her family, but why did they wait 10 days when he came back without her? Brian's sister just shared something. Where do I go to see that? Did his parents get arrested yet? Let's see. Where do I go to see any updates of the hairline fucks him up? Sorry, not sorry. So where do I see this Brian sister update? What's Cassie? Is her last name Laundry? Yeah, she is actually, her name. Okay. Here, let's look at this. I'll look at that in a second. Parents have not been arrested. I heard talk this morning that they might be arrested soon. Not likely. They aren't even saying he's wanted. I can't believe. I don't know, man. They had this young lady in their life for 2.5 years. She lived with them for I don't know how long, but I mean, at this point, you know, they should know. It's pretty obvious that he's guilty of something or knows something. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, he obviously did something. Whether it could have been in a moment of rage, but he did something. Right? I don't know. Is there anybody here that anybody in the chat right now? Press 1, put 1 if you think Brian killed her. 2 if you don't, because I want to see if there's anybody who actually believes that Brian didn't do this. Because I can't imagine anybody not thinking. I mean, I still see occasional supporters thinking that maybe, you know, like at first that she took off and maybe she killed herself, but now it's been as a homicide. He's gonna, if something didn't happen to him, if he didn't, what he's gonna do is he's gonna say that she took off and he couldn't find her and get a hold of her, and you know, somebody else killed her. Somebody else got her. That's what he's going to say. Yeah, I figured everybody would say 1. I mean, I can't imagine anybody saying 2. But, hey, stranger things have happened. I'm really surprised Benny Skis isn't coming out in support of Brian. It's probably going to happen. Just wait. He'll be coming out soon and being like, you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, not the court of YouTube. There are a lot of insults and sips sticking up for Brian. Someone said in another live last night that there's a whole Brian support group on Facebook with somewhere around 6,000 members. WTF is wrong with people. WTF is correct. Hakuna Matata. He is their focus. They have not named anyone else as a person of interest. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody else being. Lena kind of is going the innocent until route. Yeah. Yeah, well, she I'm guilty of watching Lana sometimes, but not because I agree with anything what she says, really. Especially, I think she's intelligent, but you gotta, you know, she just defended Chris Watts for past 1.5 years or so, 2 years. No, I think what he's going to do, if he's going to kill himself and no one will ever know anything, that I hope not. I hope he leaves a note. I heard he did leave a note. What did this note in the van say that was left? Yeah, he's not gonna. As long as Don's talking to him, he's probably not gonna venture out from any other case. Now, trust me, I didn't think I would be able to at all. I didn't think I'd be able to venture away from. I'm just waiting for something new to happen in the Summer case, and we're gonna be right back on it, guys. Like, I'm just waiting for Summer to be found, or something to come out that, you know, these parents are arrested, or just. But right now, every day, me coming on here and talking about the same things, you know, it's like, they always crawl the 1111. All evidence and his actions are saying he's guilty, but could be a 1 to 5% chance he didn't do it, but that's far-fetched. Yeah. I mean, if he didn't do it, him not talking is very sus. Not saying anything. His parents left that note, you think? That sounds like a criminal charge if they did. If they're trying to... That sounds like interfering with an investigation. Check email, please. Okay, let's see. Okay. What is this? What is this that you sent me here? Oh, we already looked at this backpack stuff, and we already looked at the backpack and the of Brian's. We looked at those pictures. But didn't look at this picture. I'll show this. I just want to make sure I don't know what this is. Here, I'll show this in a second. But his mom has put out a fake social media account. Scott H said the note sounded like an Eminem song. There's a Brian Laundrie support Instagram account, I think. Right here. Of course, it only has, let's show this. Only has 72 followers because I don't know why there's a black screen here. Yeah, this is a stupid account. Stupid. His parents are trying to establish a defense narrative. Aw. Well, I'm glad that you're doing that. It's more than most people are doing. How far is Johnson City from Rogersville? Let's show this real quick. Cassie Laundrie, Brian Laundrie's sister, has shared exclusively with GMA one of her last text messages with Gabby Petito, as well as postcards she shared with children along her children along her trip. Oh my gosh, I can't believe school started already. Ha ha. I saw your post on Instagram. So cute. Send me the picture of the boys to show Brian. LOL, and I love their backpacks too. We're in Arches right now, so we don't have the best Wi-Fi, but we did send you some mail. And then his sister put, hey, hopefully these pics come through then. They had a great day, loved school, can't wait to go back tomorrow. Happy boys. I don't check the mail every day, but I'll get it tomorrow morning after the bus for when they get home from school. So we've read this one about the fat squirrel that went, sat on our lap. That's so cute. Or I don't know about sat, but came right up on our lap. Wish I knew the date of these. So these are all the postcards that were sent. But yeah, there's only pictures of the back of 2 of them. Or 2 or 3 of them. And there's... And then... which just sent this. Yeah, that's really sweet. From somebody named Adoania. I guess bruising. That does look like bruising on her neck. I don't know, guys, about that. But, hey. Or is it a hickey? Yeah. Right? A neighbor saw him like 3 different times, and I'm sure there are ring cameras on that street they have checked as well. Johnson City is about an hour and a half, maybe, but Don was working there when Summer went missing. Oh, really? I thought, is that near Jonesboro? Let's see what this is real quick. Probably go here soon. I noticed that people are kind of being off here, but let's see what this is about.
For Grizzly Books True Crime, my name is Gisela K. Call me Gisela G, Grizzly, Gizzy, not Gizzy, Grizilla, G Unit, G12, or any combination of the above. Today, I'm going to be talking about, we've been talking so much about the Gabby Petito case, and I find it quite strange how when I read articles, it's like Brian Laundrie's attorney has just thrown out the possibility that Gabby's disappearance and potential murder could be linked at all to the murder of 2 women in Moab. And let's think out loud together. I just want to show you the locations because it's actually quite shocking when you just look that you can see. Let me point in the right direction. On this side over here are Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner. Now, Kylan Schulte worked at the Moonflower Co-op for 4 years before 2021. For 4 years, she was working there. Everyone loved her. People said she was very friendly. Okay, so that is the place, the location outside of the Moonflower Co-op. That's the place where Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were witnessed having a fight. And the witness that called 911 said that Brian Laundrie was the one slapping and hitting Gabby Petito, locking her out of the van, putting her backpack on the back of the van, and then she ran around to the car and she couldn't get into any of the doors, so she jumped through the driver's seat window when Brian was sitting in the car, climbed over him, and they drove off. So the witness who called was allegedly neither of these two women, but apparently Brian was also fighting with Gabby over her phone. So that detail is also interesting to me. But don't you find it so bizarre that the women were found dead on the 18th of August, but the last time they were ever seen alive was on the 13th of August at Woody's Tavern. I'm going to show you on the map any moment now. They were at Woody's Tavern on the 13th of August, never seen alive again. Found dead with gunshot wounds in their camper, partially dressed. So it looks like it could have been a sexual assault as well as murder. So we don't know about the sexual assault part. I mean, we don't know if maybe they were having a romantic night and then someone came and shot them. We don't know. But I find it quite interesting to think that, nope, Brian is not involved at all. Especially because in the beginning, we all thought Gabby was missing. We had no clue about what was going on. But now they have found remains that match her descriptions. And now the forensics will confirm if that's 100% true or not, which I believe it is, based on them seeing tattoos and seeing the physical description matching and her parents accepting her loss and, putting that out there in social media. We'll see. I want to show you now. I'm going to take their beautiful, and for all of you going, we all know how to use a Google map. I know, but I'd just like to show you, just to display how close this all is. Now, earlier I said Moen Motel, but it's actually Bowen Motel. I went back and re-looked at the footage. It's Bowen Motel. Okay. Now look at this. This is where the Moonflower Co-op, the Moonflower Community Cooperative is, where Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were fighting outside. And actually in the store. Someone said they were fighting in the store, and then Gabby walked out for a bit, and then she came back to the store, and then they were fighting more, and they went outside, and there was Brian slapping and hitting Gabby, and then driving off. That is where the Moonflower Community Cooperative is. Look at the Moab coffee roasters across the road. And then you just have to turn the corner. And there is the Bowen Motel. Can you see it? Do you want to be any closer to it? It's a block. It's insane, actually, how close this is. It's across the road. It's where he would probably go to get food. There's a Love Muffin Cafe takeout, Moonflower Co-op, and the motel where Brian was staying. Could it be any closer? Now let's see where, now you say, but okay, Kylan Schulte was working there that day. And both were no-show for work after the 13th. The police footage was on the 12th. So it means that what's his face, Brian Melon Boy, was staying in the Bowen Motel on the 12th. We do not know where Gabby Petito was staying. In her van she was, but we don't know where she parked her van or where she went that night. Maybe later we'll know. However,
that is a really good point. The 12th was when the cops were called over here outside the Moonflower Co-op or whatever it's called. Moonflower Co-op. Were called to Gabby and Brian on the 12th. So, and then they took Brian to that motel, Bowen Motel, to separate them, right, for the night? Right near the Moonflower. Do you think it would be that night, or the next night on the 13th, that those girls were shot and killed, right? Or they think, I mean, they were last seen, they didn't show up to work for the 13th or something like that. Do you think that she was working that day too, wasn't she, on the 12th? Kylan was working at the Moonflower. Do you think that they were visiting Kylan, like Brian and Gabby? Maybe they had met them at the co-op that day? Or maybe they were visiting Kylan at work that day? And then they decided to hang out the next day or whatever. I mean, it's totally possible. That is such a coincidence that Brian and Gabby were pulled outside where Kylan worked. One of the ladies shot and killed. Then police take him to the Bowen Motel to stay the night there. Well, yeah, I don't know. Right, that's what I think, Violet. I think maybe she made friends with him maybe that night when he was taken to the motel. She was upset. Maybe she confided in these two women, Crystal and Kylan, because maybe they met. Gabby got their number. I don't know. Maybe she hung out with him the day he stayed at the Bowen Motel that night. Because that was the last time that they would be seen at work, that Kylan would be seen at work. And then next thing you know, they're shot and killed. Maybe he went into a jealous rage. Maybe something happened in the store and Kylan said something. Maybe Gabby went there after to see Kylan because she felt alone. Went back to camp with him and Brian showed up. I think it's totally possible. A motive, like maybe there was a altercation when Brian showed up to their camp. Maybe they're like, hey, you need to get away from here. But you would think, though, the other thing, though, if the two women text their friend and said, hey, there's this creepy guy hanging around here. I mean, I don't know if the text would be like that if they knew it was this girl's boyfriend that was you would think maybe the text would be something like, hey, we're having issues we're hanging out with this girl whose boyfriend is, abusive, and we're trying to get him away from her. And so I don't know. I don't know if the text would be, there's this creepy guy hanging around here. No, I don't think it's anything about homophobia. Maybe after the cops took Brian to the motel, maybe Gabby went back in that Moonflower Co-op. And maybe that's when she met Kylan. Maybe after the incident. Maybe she was upset. Kylan started talking to her. It's like, hey, come out and hang out with my wife later on tonight. If you want somebody to hang out with. It could have been after the incident that they met up, or after that that Gabby ran into Kylan. And it's like, hey, come out and hang out with us so you're not alone tonight. You have somebody to hang out with. That sounds totally possible to me, but because as a woman, who's going to want to stay in that van by themselves? That'd be scary. I know that they said it's not connected, but still, I can't get by the coincidences and stuff. Yeah, and so I've been in a relationship where I had a boyfriend who was like really jealous of me even having friends that are girls. And he would say stupid things like, like maybe we have something going on. Like, so, and these women were lesbians. So maybe he was even jealous of maybe he thought something. That's what I was talking about, Ziggy. Kylan may have said something in the store. Kylan may have witnessed abuse in the store. Yeah, who's to say that Gabby didn't go back in that store after this incident? She was crying. She was she was inconsolable. She was, she had a hard time talking. Maybe Kylan saw her like that. It's like, oh, is there anything I do? I mean, if I saw a lady by herself like that, I would want to ask her if she was okay. And yeah. If police had any reason to think Brian had anything to do with it, they would have issued a warrant for his arrest. They were killed by a gun. There's no information about Brian having a gun at any point. Hold on. So, did you see this picture? Hold on. Here we go. In this picture, Gabby's holding a pistol. Brian's pistol, I was told. I don't know how that they knew that or where this picture came from. But also behind the van, in that when the people who were vacationing drove by a van that I think they think that was Gabby's. You can see it looks like a pistol, like right there, circled on the ground. I don't know if you've seen that video, but it's crazy. And then also these flip-flops. You can see flip-flops that are kind of like the ladder area. That's a big for a lighter. I don't think that's a lighter, but because if you saw the video, you would see that the item's too big to be a lighter. I mean, that shape looks exactly like the gun pictured. Friends have stated Brian had a .380 pistol. Is that a small gun like pictured here, Randy Prince? Is a .380 a small pistol? Because I don't know the numbers, and I don't know. If Brian just wanted to shut them up, why were they found? Yes, yep. Okay, I agree with this one. If Brian just wanted to shut them up, why were they found what appeared to be raped? Brian is scrawny. How would he have been able to rape and kill them both at the same time? Those images aren't clear enough. I agree. That's one thing that threw me off. That kind of doesn't go with my theory that they're related. The father of Kylan said that these ladies, or that they were raped and killed. So now with their shirt ups and stuff, I thought maybe he did that to make it look like it was sexually motivated. But if there's proof that they were raped, then I would say that I don't think that would have been Brian. I mean, maybe, but I don't. If there is proof of rape of those two women, then that kind of makes me think that it's not related. But just because, their shirts pulled up and stuff, I believe would have been just a way to make it look like it was sexually motivated. Brian had a gun. I can email you a pic of it. Okay, awesome, Hakuna. Well, you see, this is a picture I have, Hakuna, that's on the screen right now. So if you have something different, then. Police have not released names, and yes, a compact pistol. So the pistol that you're saying that, what did you call it? It was like what'd you say? I don't know. The pistol you were talking about is a small one like this. Okay. I heard Brian did have a gun. Yes, a 380 can fit in your hand. Okay, so that's... Oh, thank you. I get way more viewers when we're talking about summer, but, there's only so much I can say. Like, once some new stuff comes out, something, with the Summer Walls case, I will be on it. Trust me, I want Summer back, and that's my main right there. Summer is definitely my main focus. But they would have some bodily fluids and easily link it to Brian's. Yep. Yeah, true. Yeah, we don't know Brian wasn't sexually violent. That's true. And maybe Gabby knew that he did that. Maybe she witnessed it. And there might have been a few days where she was around him and scared out of her mind. And like, what do I do? He's threatening to kill me if I say anything. And maybe she did threaten to say something and contact the police. And maybe he got scared. And this is totally speculative right now. Look up a Taurus Spectrum 380. Okay. Oh my gosh. That is tiny. Like you can't, if I could, okay, right here. Here's a good example. Hold on. There we go. That just shows right there. That's really small. 380 is a small gun. I don't see why people are paying Brian as a cunning serial killer. In my training and experience, he's just a dumb young guy that took his abuse too far. Brian seems less than average IQ in my honest opinion. Yeah, I could totally, like, my instinct told me initially that it was just, they were in this small confined space for weeks on end. There was some mental issues on both ends as far as anxiety, and Gabby says she has OCD, which can cause high anxiety. And maybe, they just were in this confined space and they just possibly, he just flipped. That's what I thought. I would like to see this picture too. I found you through Summer, but I like how you think. I'm convinced Brian is a lot stronger than anyone knows, and those murderers are suspect. It's hard to find anything about them as well. I know it's sad. If you go to Kai Cry Dad on Facebook. That's I think really Kylan's dad, but he now goes by Kai Cry Dad with their two names together. And he's hardly getting any type of media focus. He wants this, he wants attention on what happened to his daughters, as he says, plural. Brian is highly intelligent. Yeah, I mean, he's stayed away from being. Oh my gosh, I'm getting a million notifications back to back. It's annoying. Actually, on the contrary, I believe Brian is highly intelligent. I mean, he hasn't been caught yet, so. Bodyguard 380 is even smaller, but I don't see liberal Brian Laundrie as a gun guy. However, watching the body cam, I completely think he is more than capable, but I don't have your training either, so just the vibes I got. The Bodyguard 380 is shaped different. I want to see a clear photo of Brian's gun. I've seen no legitimate sources he ever owned or even shot a gun before. As a former law enforcement officer, Brian doesn't fit the type of person that goes on a killing spree. The only reason isn't in custody is because of mommy and daddy. They set this whole thing up. Yeah, they always say go by your first instinct, and my first instinct was that he just killed her in a rage. And I would almost bet that she was killed by strangulation. Almost bet money on it, but also there is so many coincidences with this other case. I'm like, So logic says, yeah, he probably isn't like the serial killer type. This was probably a rage kill in the heat of the moment. And he just lost it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, my mind, like, maybe she knew, and then he's like, oh, now I have to kill her. Yeah, so what about this? I want to see something on Brian going home. And then what? Did he take a plane home? Or didn't he? I don't understand. He came there. He went to Florida, but didn't he take a flight? Right. Father said his daughter was abused before she met her wife. Maybe she saw something in Gabby that reminded her of her past and tried to help her get help and got killed for it. Yeah. I mean, they totally look like, I don't know, that couple, especially the one with dreads, looks like the free love type, hippie type that would totally be all about love and peace. And you know what I mean? Totally looks like the type that would be like, hey, what can I do for you? But I'm just going by looks. So he fits perfect age for schizophrenia to rear its ugly head. My ex is a narcissist that has been convicted on 2 attempted aggravated murder charges. I'm just so blessed I ran when I did. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, I have a story for, went through some stuff myself, and he went to prison for several years. There are reports that Gabby stated that he stayed awake many evenings because he heard voices. He had also been reading books about killing people in remote areas. Insanity? Wow. No one knows what was going through Brian's mind and know what was going on with Brian. Yeah. He took a plane, then drove. What did he drive? He didn't leave like Gabby without the van, did he? Because I heard like he took the van back and then he took the van to Florida and then took a plane back. That can't be right? He took a plane to clean the storage unit, went back, then drove allegedly. What did he drive? A rental or something? Yeah, I don't think it's too small for her hand, but in my opinion, I think that's like one of the smallest guns ever. So that looks like a lady's gun to me. You know, not really a gun that a guy would get, but definitely like if I were going to have a gun, that's definitely one that I would probably get. You know, something small like that. Easy to handle. Do we know if his mom and dad covered for him? Because it don't seem to faze them. Yeah, trigger warning. I mean, we do occasionally talk about what happened with the women and that were, you know, they were raped. So some sexual topics may come up. No, he took the plane for a few days to clean a unit, plane both ways, and killed Gabby, drove her van back. That's so weird. Plane there, plane back, killed Gabby, then drove her van back. Just him coming back by himself on a plane is very sus. Because he's gonna this 22-year-old young lady is gonna be by herself camping or in a van, sleeping in a van while he goes to clean out a storage unit. Like, I mean, unless maybe she got a hotel room for those few days, then but I haven't heard anything about a hotel room. That's scary, staying in a van by yourself as a woman. He's a girl's guy. Yeah. I have a 9mm Smith & Wesson and it's small. OMG, you need to stop. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. It's okay. He didn't want to do the trip, according to Gabby's friend. Yeah, I've heard that many times now. But why? Why did he have to clean the unit? Someone please enlighten me to why. Yeah, that is weird. What would anybody got any speculations on why he went to clean that unit? She was in a hotel 3 or 4 days. Okay, that makes much more sense. Did his family want Gabby out or did she want out? Because their house hasn't been on the market since 2018. Yes, she was in a hotel room opposite FBI office. Okay, that makes sense. Uh-oh, what's Molly talking about?
She said, I said, listen, I told her, I said, I do travel a lot. I said, I'm a social drinker.
Uh-oh, what happened with Molly? Have to check that out. New witness. Let's see what CDT is saying. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's watch this. Hold on. This is CDT's channel. I'll link it in the CDT. I love her. She's awesome.
You guys, excuse my French, but I'm freaking the fuck out. Matt and I just realized, because I don't know, because I'm a freaking dumbass and I did not put two and two together, that we not only saw, but saw like a blowout of a situation between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie in Wyoming when we were there. I'm freaking the fuck out. Yes, we have already talked to authorities. Like, how I did not put two and two together that this happened, like, I don't know. So I'm following this case. Matt's not. He's a guy. He has other shit going on. He could probably care less. I'm filling him in on this case a couple days ago, and I guess maybe he Googled it and saw a picture of Brian. Matt has an insane photographic memory. And so for 2 days now, he's like, I fucking know that guy Brian. Like, I don't know how, but I know this guy Brian. Like, I've seen him before. When Matt says that, anyway, we were in Wyoming. So Matt woke up this morning and he's freaking out. And he's like, oh my God, I know how he looks familiar. Nina, we saw them in Wyoming. They were the couple fighting at the restaurant. We were at this restaurant, you guys, Friday, August 27th, 1 p.m., sitting right next to them. They got kicked out of the restaurant and were fighting with the hostess. They were fighting with the hostess. She was hysterically crying, and she walked out, and she was crying, and she was staying on the sidewalk, and I was watching the whole thing unfold. And he walked back in the restaurant, and he's fighting with the hostess, and I didn't know what happened. I don't even know if they got kicked out, but they like left abruptly, and like she was standing on the sidewalk crying, and he walked back in and was like screaming at the hostess, and then walked back out, and then he walked back in like 4 more times to talk to the manager and to like tell the hostess off, and like all right, I'm calming down and I'm going to try to speak more clearly. I don't even know if these videos are uploading or if they're uploading in order or if they make any sense. I'm just like freaking out right now. I'm having like an out of body experience. How I did not remember this situation, like it just like left my memory. Like, we stayed in Wyoming for another 4 or 5 days for a wedding, and we just had like an amazing trip, and like I didn't think about the couple fighting in the restaurant ever again. But Matt like knew he had seen this guy before, and he could not drop it. And then it just like clicked this morning. He woke up out of bed and he was like screaming bloody murder, and he was like, oh my God, I know, I remember it was them in the restaurant. And it just like, I felt like my blood like left my body. I was like, oh my God, like you're right, like it was them. It's just crazy. It feels surreal. Like now I feel, I don't know, just, it was weird. And I remember this, oh my God. Okay, so I'm going to try to go like more into detail now. I just wanted to get like the general, just like the gist of it out there. I feel like I'm going to cry. This is so fucking weird. I went to the bath. They were sitting right next to us, like right fucking next to us. And we were both sitting right by the hostess stand, right by the front door. I went to the bathroom. I came back and they were like abruptly leaving. Like something happened. At first, my first thought was like they were displeased with the service and they were walking out, or they were trying to get out of paying their bill. But it was kind of like a scene. And I was like zoned in for some reason. And Matt was like on his phone, and I was like, babe, like put your phone down. Like something is like going on. You guys, it was like a fucking scene. Like, and something that doesn't happen every day at a restaurant. The way he was acting, she was crying, she was upset. This had to have been right before she died. So she walks out, she's upset, she's crying, and he's like more angry. Like you could tell like it's more sadness for her, and she's crying for some reason. I don't know if she was embarrassed or what, because I don't know. I couldn't hear. I don't know what was going on. I could just see what was unfolding. And so she's standing on the sidewalk. I could see her through the front door, and she's standing on the sidewalk crying. And he walks out with her, but then like right away turns around, walks right back in, and he's, you know, kind of like violently like talking to the hostess, and you could tell he's angry. And they're just kind of like doing the whole like like, sorry, like, we don't know what to tell you kind of thing. You could tell he was relentless. He wouldn't drop it. Whatever it was, he wouldn't drop it. He walked back in the restaurant probably 4 more times, just to kind of make a scene and just to get his point across, which, you know, I don't know what that was. I really don't know what happened, but she just apologized. I think she was telling him, like, come on, like, just drop it, let's go. And she, like, looked at the hostess and she was just like, I'm sorry. And that was it. And it's just like I don't even know. I don't even have words right now. It's just weird. It's crazy. And I would have never remembered that. I would have never, like, I was so obsessed with the case and the story. And like, I didn't even really think for the longest time at the fact that we were in Wyoming at the same time as them. Like, it didn't even cross my mind. And that story of like a couple fighting in a restaurant or that, you know, that situation, I would have never thought of that. Like I said, Matt, he just has this like extremely like strong photographic memory, and it just hit him. And without a shadow of a doubt, I'm 1,000% positive it was them. Y'all, this is crazy. I am like, I'm like interested in the case, but I'm not like that heavily invested. One of my best friends texted me, who is very invested in this case, and was like, you have to post this in a Facebook group. So I think I made the mistake of doing so, because now I am being blown, like, I'm being blown up and I'm being torn to shreds. I have no reason to fabricate a story like this. Could care fucking less. I'm literally just putting the story out there because, 1, it's crazy, and 2, I just figured it could help in piecing together the timeline of what happened up until today. I don't think that anyone actually stated that they saw them on the 27th. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not that invested in the case. I don't know the exact timeline, but if you think it sounds crazy, like, I agree. It sounds crazy to me too. Like, I'm still in shock. Like, I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe that we not only like saw them, like, we didn't just see them walking on the street. Like, we witnessed an incident, like a whole like ordeal. Like, it's crazy. And I didn't put this out there for attention or for any other reason, for any other ulterior. I didn't have any motive. Simply just wanted to put this out there because, 1, it's crazy, and 2, I hope that it helps with maybe adding the timeline together of what happened leading up to her death. And that's it. So do what you want with the information, or believe me, don't believe me, I really don't care. That's that. So hopefully we get some surveillance from the restaurant and it can help somebody figure this shit out.
Okay, and then somebody just sent me a
Law enforcement vehicles can be seen in a staging area. They are combing the Carlton.
Okay, so somebody sent me a screenshot also of a response of the yeah, Millie sent me a response. 1 second. From the So, I guess this lady also posted a screenshot of her messaging the restaurant and said, and she posted on top of it, to everyone who cyberbullied me, restaurant 2 confirmed they were there. Be kind. And from what I can read, she says to the restaurant, video footage can connect all the dots. I understand if it's deleted, but if so, please ask people to come forward, especially manager and hostess. Thank you. R.A.P. Gabby. And the restaurant replied, yes, we are aware. Thank you. She says, thank you. Has FBI or law enforcement been in contact? If so, was there footage? And the restaurant replied, yes, no footage. Our cameras don't go back that far, unfortunately. And she said, I figure as much. Thank you. Can the staff say they can positively confirm they were there? I'm sorry, we're just trying to help piece stuff together in Gabby's group. And the restaurant replied, yes, they can confirm. Millie, can you put in the chat what restaurant this was? I can't read from the screenshot. What supposed restaurant this was? I mean, wasn't there other people on social media? Like, some people are now questioning this other girl who came out who said she spotted like this one. Hold on.
Hey, my name.
Didn't people say that this was a lie? This is also CDT's channel.
This is Miranda Baker, and on August 29th, my boyfriend and I picked up Brian at Grand Teton National Park at 5:30 at night at Coulter Bay. I'm hoping this can help someone identify him because I saw him from TikTok, which then made me call the authorities, and my boyfriend and I have been in contact with a bunch of different people to help piece together different parts of this case, but we picked him up at Coulter Bay, like I said, at 5:30. He approached us asking us for a ride because he needed to go to Jackson, which we were going to Jackson that night. So I said, hop in. He hopped in the back of my Jeep. We then, proceeded to make small talk. But before he came in the car, he offered to pay us like $200 to give him a ride, like 10 miles. So that was kind of weird. He then told us he's been camping for multiple days without his fiance. He did say he had a fiance, and that she was working on their social media page back at their van. Then once, like, in conversation, I brought up, yep, like, we're going to Jackson. He freaked out. He's like, nope, I need to get out right now. Like, pull over. So we pulled over at the Jackson Dam, which I don't know if you know, like, Teton Park, but it's not very far from Coulter Bay. And if this does, like, reach people, I can post pictures of, exactly where we were. We picked him up and the whole route or whatever, and, like, screenshots of, like, the timestamps. We dropped him off at 6:09 p.m. on August 29th. He kind of, like, hurried out of the car, and then he's like, okay, I'm just gonna go find someone else to, hitchhike. And we're like, okay. It was a weird situation. So when we picked him up, he was wearing a backpack, he had a long sleeve pants, hiking boots, and he had, like, scruff. But he didn't look dirty. First.
Oops, sorry. You probably were getting an echo when I was playing that. My bad. I forgot to mute my mic. But yeah, I saw the things where people are questioning this lady's, if she's being honest. Thank you so much. She can cover what she wants and doesn't have to explain to you, but since you bring it up, feel free to start your own channel, cover whatever you think. What did Alicia say? What did Alicia say? Oh, well, I guess it's because of what people are interested in. And what happens is, like, so just like the Watts case, when people now there wasn't as much social media presence like the Watts case, but when people have a social media presence, and then all of a sudden one of them ends up dead or there's a murder, a lot of times it brings a lot of attention because you have so much video coverage and posts to see, like, evidence to see what could have possibly happened. I mean, that's why the Watts case was so big, because Shanann had so many videos. It just, and there was text and, all kinds of people coming out with that case. Let's see. Sir. What is let's see. Oh, okay.
The trooper finally was able to grab the pet and escort.
And I didn't think of it that way.
Stephanie's pictures of the rescue went viral on a state police social media site. And as for the boy, well, she casts no blame.
His puppies. That's not about Brian or the Gabby case. Like, what's she playing over there? Because I know there's a lot of people there, but
All right, that was the video I put together after. I didn't really mean to play that, but it was only a short one, so I just let it roll.
I was just seeing what's going on over there.
The FBI confirmed on Tuesday that a body found in a Wyoming National Park is indeed Gabby Petito, the young woman who went missing on a cross-country road trip with her fiancé Brian Laundrie. Her death has been ruled a homicide, with the cause of death pending final autopsy results. Her disappearance grabbed national headlines after Petito's family reported the 22-year-old missing on September 11th, 10 days after Laundrie returned home to Northport, Florida, without her.
What's going on? How come you're crying?
Police in Moab, Utah released body camera footage last week of an August 12th encounter officers had with the couple.
And you would have let me in the car?
After 911 dispatchers got this phone call.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
In the police video, Petito is sobbing as she describes a quarrel with Laundrie that she says became physical. The officers did not detain the couple, but insisted that they spend that night separately. Investigators have called Laundrie a person of interest in the case, and now the 23-year-old is missing. His parents told FBI agents they last saw him a week ago, and that he'd planned to hike in the nearby 24,000-acre Carlton Reserve Wilderness area, where police are now searching. Before disappearing, Laundrie refused to speak with investigators and retained a lawyer. On Monday, FBI agents searched his parents' home, taking away cardboard boxes and towing away a silver Ford Mustang.
Really, if this guy can slap her in public, can you imagine what he was doing to her in private? Just slapping her on the street in public? That's crazy. Oh my God. QAnon people are saying Gabby is a crisis actor on Reddit. Oh, funny. I saw something about that. This was, people were saying that about the Watts case too. Oh, wow. Oh, so they made it a blonde hair, blue-eyed girl, white girl to, oh. Yeah, I already saw comments about that type race stuff. I was like, oh, man. Whatever life did she lead under his family roof? He seemed to treat her very badly around. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, his family had to have witnessed something, had to have witnessed some type of abuse or a lot of arguing. Because look at all these reports of them seeing them argue. Slapping on the sidewalk. Really? So what did these parents witness? You can't tell me they didn't win this something. Yes, I do. Come on up. Yes, actually, I prefer people come up here and talk. Like, the neighbor did an interview and said Brian and his mom went bike riding like nothing is wrong. I hope the parents get arrested for obstruction of justice. They went bike riding after Gabby went missing? Yeah, I saw that too about the social media. Yeah, I know, right? Who is this guy with the beard that thinks he has all the info? Somebody needs to slap. Okay, hopefully what we're going to do is we're going to add him, but we're going to go like this so that... Hey, what's up?
Hello.
I made sure not to show your... I was like, I know people... I've seen people come on here and then, like, you know, flash the camera and stuff.
I almost did that my first time, yeah. Well, not intentionally. Not intentionally, but I didn't really want to show my face, but the first time I didn't realize that you could set an avatar.
Yeah, yeah. So what's up? What were you gonna mention?
Well, I have a lot of things to talk about. I'm not sure what you want to talk about, but just one thing on the whole idea of this case getting so much coverage because of the white girl thing. I suppose there's a level of truth to that, sure, because people tend to follow cases that they can most relate to. And this guy sounds funny, thank you. And the majority of the US population is white. So that's just going to be kind of a natural course of events that I'm not sure that there's a lot that can be done about that. But also on the other side of that, do you remember I think her name was, I want to say something like Kanika Jenkins, something like that.
Yeah.
It's been a while now. But there was a time when that case came active that was probably the most talked about case on social media at the time. So it's just, you never really know what's going to bring attention to a case. And I think just the circumstances of this case is really what led to so much attention.
I agree because, I mean, like I was saying, like if especially, I really didn't watch, or what was it? Tamika Jenkins, right? I didn't get into that case, but I do know it was really popular and a lot of people were talking about it. And I don't know what grabs the attention of people. I don't know if it is a race thing or not. I do know, like I said, with the Chris Watts case, there was just so much social media presence that people were able to do their own research at home due to all these like posts and, you know, because she worked for an MLN. So I think that's what made that one so, you know, crazy for years. Everybody was talking about that. And same, I mean, I don't know why this one is getting, I do know that the father of Kylan is, you know, disappointed that he's not getting the media attention. The girls that were found on, the women that were shot.
Who were also white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that breaks my heart too, because at the time that this case became so big, it was really only a missing person case at the time. I think most of us felt like it would end the way it has, but at that time it was just a missing person. Yeah, I personally, and I think most of us would have never heard of what was her name again? Kylan and Crystal, I think.
Yes.
we would have never heard of that case had it not been for this case.
I know, right?
And those were two women brutally murdered, undressed, left in the bottom of a creek to, So at the time, that was a far more kind of heartbreaking scenario than someone simply being missing. So there is some concern as to why don't cases like that get more attention, and even still, it feels like that case is kind of being swept under the rug. What are the authorities doing to work on that? And I found it odd too that the sheriff's department apparently, even before the body was found, even before Gabby's body was found, the sheriff's department ruled the case as unrelated.
Yeah. And that's what the father was saying too. Like, he's like, how can they rule the father of Kylan, or he goes by Kai Cry Dad. Their two names pushed together and then Dad. But I think he's Kylan's actual biological father, not Crystal's. But that's what he was saying. He's like, how could the cops rule out the possibility that this is related to, he didn't say specifically the Gabby case, but he just didn't understand why it was ruled out so soon and so early on that it wasn't related to any other cases. So
yeah, I don't know how you could do that unless you have a suspect in mind, but to my knowledge, they don't have a suspect in mind.
Right.
So I don't know how you could rule anything out. I think that's irresponsible.
No, the father did put on Facebook that they were raped. I don't know if that's been on any other news outlet.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I couldn't figure out if they were caught in the act of a romantic encounter that they were having, and that's why they were undressed. Because just from what little I know about it and the way the gunshot wounds were, it seems like it was kind of an execution style where they were maybe trying to run even. Oh. And if that's the case, then I would think that at that point that no rape had taken place yet. So that makes me think that if there was a rape, that it took place after they were already shot.
Or somebody made it look like it was sexually motivated. Like, I don't know if you were on here earlier when I was saying that, because I thought, but the father said something about a rape, so I guess he would probably know more than we do. I mean, but I thought maybe they pulled the clothes up and off just to make it look like it was sexually motivated. Like, that's why I was thinking, well, I mean, if there was rape, then I'm thinking it probably wasn't Brian, but I mean, I guess I can't really say that for sure. Maybe he is a sexual predator too. I don't know. But I thought maybe.
Well, so far,
go ahead.
So far, most of the rumors that I've heard, I've been able to confirm. So I'm starting to have a lot of confidence in some of this true crime community as far as the things that they come up with. But
yeah,
I did see someone say, because people were saying early on that Brian had heard voices and things like that, and I did finally find confirmation of that being true. But
oh, really?
Yeah. I guess who's to say what confirms something's being truth or not? But Gabby's friend, who also considered Brian a friend, said that he had trouble sleeping and that occasionally would hear voices.
Oh, wow.
Gabby's friend, the one that had the birthday on the 29th, that Gabby was supposed to contact.
Oh. Do you remember where you saw that? Do you know?
I do, yes. Do you want to pull up the article?
Yeah, I was going to pull it up.
Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
So it's a New York Post. So NY Post is the media outlet, and the title is something like Brian Laundrie was controlling, had episodes.
Okay, Brian. By the way, you have a great voice. You would do great at YouTube or something like that. Brian Laundrie was controlling. Is that what you said? That's how it started.
Brian Laundrie. Okay.
I found it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you sound like you could do like
I've been told that I think mostly what it is I try to be a very authentic person. I've just always been that person, transparent, and I try to be honest and fair. I think people kind of pick up on that.
okay, here, I'll share it real quick. Oops. I thought I lost you for a second. I thought I hit remove. I was like, oh no. Okay. This is the article that he's talking about. Let me make sure it's showing. Okay. Brian Laundrie was controlling, suffered episodes. Gabby Petito's friend says. Gabby Petito's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, who has also gone missing and is being sought by the FBI, suffered with jealousy and control issues and experienced episodes in which he would hear voices and not be able to sleep. Petito's friend told the Daily Mail. Oh, so this was on the 17th. Rose Davis of Sarasota described Laundrie as a controlling and manipulative boyfriend, in one incident stealing Petito's ID so she wouldn't be able to go out to the bars with her. Wow. I thought they didn't drink. That's another thing I was wondering too. Like, was he drunk when he did something to Gabby? Like, did he? I mean, Petito had described the strange episodes to Davis, which at times forced Petito to sleep at her house. He's got these jealousy issues, and he struggles from what Gabby called these episodes where he would hear things and hear voices and wouldn't sleep, she told the outlet. Gabby had to stay at my house a bunch of times because she just needed a breather and didn't want to go home to him. Davis said she used to consider Laundrie a friend after spending time with the couple. So I wonder what Brian's parents witnessed. I mean, she lived with them. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, don't you think they would have witnessed something? Like some type of abuse or arguments?
I feel like that as close as Brian appears to be to his family and the way they shelter him.
Yeah, true.
There's no way that they weren't aware of, if there's truth to any of this, there's no way that they weren't aware of it.
Right.
And then you have to wonder what triggered that. If he does have these episodes, what triggered that? That's usually genetics or environment or a combination of both. If it's genetics, then there must be some history of it in the family, which the family would be aware of. If it's environmental, then they obviously know that too. So there may be some level of maybe guilt or feelings of accountability, and maybe why they are protecting him so much, or appear to be anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird that they're all doing that. I mean, I could see maybe one family member not speaking, but they're all like, I mean, the sister's talking a little, isn't she? Said this friend said here in the article, he had this composure as a sweet, nice, caring guy, but you could tell he's a little off, a little weird. Like, he'd set up our hammocks when we go to the beach, but wouldn't sit with us, which I found bizarre. So is he probably a loner type guy? I mean, I definitely can see that. I definitely get that vibe that he's might be a loner. Brian has a jealousy issue, Davis said. I'm her only friend in Florida, to my knowledge, and that's not because she can't make friends. He just didn't want her to have friends. He was always worried she was going to leave him, she said. It was a constant thing to try to get us to stop hanging out. Wow. Down here it says, I do believe that the relationship as they kept going on was getting more problematic. It just seemed like there was more and more arguments, she told the Daily Mail, adding that they had still planned on getting married despite Petito telling her mother it was called off. Everything she did, I feel like he thought was wrong. Yeah, he was. For her anxiety to act up like that, there has to be a decent thing to trigger it, Davis said, adding that she was aware Petito suffered from anxiety. She said she wished that Petito had decided to call her after that incident. I'm a little upset she didn't call me after that fight, because she would have before. Yeah, I'm surprised that that is a good point. I'm surprised that Gabby didn't call like one of her friends after that, or after that when they were pulled over in front of that Moonflower co-op.
So apparently this woman here, the one that Rose, who's in the photograph there, was one of Gabby's closest friends. And she, from what I understand, she's the one that had the Snapchat with Gabby on like the 27th, and they had discussed then. And that, I wonder if there's any evidence that actually was Gabby. See, I've never used Snapchat, so I'm not familiar with how she would have known or not known if she was actually speaking to Gabby at that time. But they were supposed to reconnect on Rose's birthday on the 29th. And Rose never, and as close as they apparently were, Rose never heard back. So even when that text went to the mom on the 30th, that's what Rose said. Even if she didn't have service, once she did have service and the text started coming through, there should have been something about telling her happy birthday. Sorry, I missed your birthday. And she never got anything like that, which makes her kind of feel like that Gabby was gone by the 29th.
Yeah, and you said she had supposed snap. I mean, I say supposed because maybe it was Brian messaging her, but on the 27th they had communications supposedly.
Yes.
Through Snapchat.
Yes, Rose and Gabby's through Snapchat on the 27th, I believe it was. And then Rose's birthday was on the 29th. So they were supposed to maybe even meet up, from what I understood. Meet up for her birthday. And some people speculate that Gabby may have been planning to leave the situation, and that would have been her opportunity to get out.
Oh. Wow. So, the way I don't use Snapchat, but I mean, I have before, but don't the conversations delete right after they are sent? Like I wonder if I don't know why she would have. So have you seen these screenshots? Have you seen screenshots of this conversation?
No, I don't really know anything about the Snapchat conversation other than it supposedly took place. And by the way, people in your chat were discussing mushrooms or different psychedelics or things like that. There's a video, I don't know if you've seen it. If you want to play it on your stream or not, if you haven't seen it, but it's very interesting, where a woman has connected one of the books that Brian was reading, Lullaby, that actually several times made reference to. And the character in the book is apparently very much like Brian, as far as like not wearing shoes, having dirty feet, not liking plastic. And she makes a comparison to the book, which in the book, that person was a killer, was a serial killer who also, at the end of the book, they both go missing.
Do you remember the person the creator made that video, or what it was maybe called?
Yeah. The creator is. Give me just a moment. Let me pull it up for you. And by the way, what are the first two rules of Fight Club, which was apparently one of Brian's favorite books?
Gosh, why can't I remember that? Now I have to look that up. What were the first two rules of Fight Club?
According to Literary Hub, the first rule about Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club.
And that's the second rule too. You don't talk about it.
Right. So you were talking about the family being so tight. I just wonder if there's some sort of Fight Club mentality in that family.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so the channel that you want to look for is called Speak Life Garden Homestead.
Okay, found it. Okay,
And the
Epi type channel. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And the video would be probably the last video. Millie Mae uncovers connection.
Okay. Hold on. I found it.
So the reason I brought up this video is because they were talking about drugs. In this video, they show, I guess, I don't know if it's from the Instagram or Pinterest or something, but apparently there's a photo that shows one of the two of them holding some LSD stamps. I call them stamps. I've never done it. I don't know what they would be called.
I forget what they're called. It's been a while. I did it once or twice back 20 years ago. But I don't remember, but stamps sounds about right. Let me write down this channel. Okay. So there's pictures of supposedly Gabby holding
Well, I don't know who's holding it, but yes, in this video they show that. And they
okay.
talk about, again, this video talks about the link between the book Lullaby, which was about a serial killer, and how that character whose name was in the book was named Oyster is almost identical to Brian. And also they took a trip, the characters in the book took a trip across the same states, and there's a lot of connections.
Okay, here I'll play a little
Playing
bit.
some clues that I think might help solve the case and hopefully discover her alive. Okay, first of all, Gabby Petito is only 22 years old and she's already engaged to this guy, Brian Laundrie. He is 23. She has recently quit her job, which is kind of strange because it was going fine. And the two of them decided that they were going to go on a cross-country road trip together. A few months back, he posted this on his Instagram story. Look at the book. This is another picture he posted on his Instagram feed. It is still public. Same book, different cover. And here he made a bunch of drawings in reference to this book. Here's another cover of the book. Okay, so this guy Brian seems to be a really huge fan of the book. I'm going to explain what it's about and why I think that this might be relevant. Okay, after looking up and purchasing the book, for a quick summary, basically it's about this group of people that go on a road trip across the country, and they're trying to find this book that basically is like the Death Note kind of thing, where if you read the rhyme that's contained in the book, people will die. Two of the characters on this trip are named Mona and her boyfriend, Oyster. I think Brian Laundrie was trying to replicate this story in some way, and I think that he might have believed he was Oyster. Hear me out. Oyster is described as a nihilistic environmentalist. Keep this in mind. Also, at one point, you can see it says way at the bottom that at one point in the book, the group abandons Oyster on the side of the highway. Okay, this is important. I downloaded the book, and it says in the description of Oyster that his face and hands are smeared with blood, the devil's face, and he has a red goatee, okay, because it's covered in blood. Brian also has a goatee. This could have been intentional, this could just be a coincidence. Here's a more clear image. I think that's a goatee. I literally read the entire book in one night, and some other things about Oyster is that he doesn't wear shoes. This is another important thing to keep in mind. He is noted to have calluses on the bottom of his feet that are cracked and dirty. Okay, he has dirty feet, he doesn't wear shoes. Also, on this road trip, they drive through Colorado, Kansas, and Missouri, all states that Brian and Gabby drove through on their road trip. Okay, also, there are mentions of domestic disturbance calls to the police in the book. Might just be another coincidence. Watch part 2. This is all going to make sense really soon. Okay, something is very fishy about this Gabby Petito. The Oyster character in the book does not wear shoes. He has dirty feet. He refuses to eat out of plastic containers, and he doesn't eat meat. He preaches about veganism. He goes on these rants about how people don't deserve to be on the earth, and how he would be willing to off himself and his girlfriend if it meant bringing about a better place for like the environment, if that makes any sense. Okay. Here is the passage in which he gets locked out of the car because he assaults someone. Strange. And here's where he says, these are like his final words as he's getting locked out. He says, "You can forget me, but that doesn't mean I don't still exist. For whatever reason, the first gypsy moth that flew out a window in Medford, Massachusetts comes to mind. Keep in mind this moth." Basically, because of the way that the book is written, the characters are able to pass in and out of each other's bodies. So at the end of the book, Mona and Oyster, the boyfriend and girlfriend who went on this cross-country road trip together, both end up missing. Neither of them are killed. They are both missing, and that's how the book ends. This is literally the last page of the book, or second to last page, and it says, To find Mona and Oyster, you only have to look for the Fantastic for Miracles, the amazing tabloid headlines. There are headlines about Gabby and Brian right now in the tabloids. The young couple seen crossing Lake Michigan on foot in July. Their trip took place between June and August, which includes July. Very strange, okay? Now I'm going to try and make some connections. Here's Brian's Instagram page back a year ago in 2020. All of his captions were pretty average, short, normal Instagram captions. There's another one, and this is when he first moves into the van with his girlfriend, okay? 1 year ago. As they take this cross-country trip, his Instagram captions start getting longer and kind of stranger. They are all about nature and using different wording than he previously did. Here he says, beautiful park with an unfortunate infestation of human beings. This is very similar to something Oyster would have said in Lullaby. This entire caption is about avoiding plastic containers and plastic waste. This is his last Instagram post before he vanished and his girlfriend went missing. It's all about how humans basically don't deserve to be on this earth. Okay, I know I sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist right now, but this is all going to tie together. Watch part 3, and I'm showing you the body cam footage where this starts to get really weird. Taking for freaking ever, I'm just trying to be thorough because I don't want anything to go unnoticed. Okay, now I'm going to play the body cam footage. Also, ignore my hair. I have a hair mask in, please. But, in the footage, there's just so many points in which his characteristics line up with Oyster, like in such peculiar ways that I just cannot explain it. In this first clip, they have just run out of water, Brian and Gabby. They're in the middle of a desert. It's 100+ degrees out, and they are being questioned by the police. So I don't know why he would turn down water, but he states that it's because he doesn't like plastic containers, just like Oyster. Like, I don't care how much you don't like plastic. If you're in the desert in 100+ degrees, you're probably going to accept a water.
It's okay. It's hot out. I was going to let her go and get water because it ran out, but it's okay. No, it's okay. I don't like plastic bottles.
Okay, could just really be into saving the planet, I guess. But here's another strange coincidence. Just like Oyster was abandoned and left by the group on this road trip, Brian states in the footage that his big fear is that Gabby's going to go off and take the van and leave him on the side of the road, basically, just like Oyster.
Well, I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have a phone. So she goes off without me. All right. I'm on my own.
Also, very strange that he's laughing and smiling throughout this whole incident while his girlfriend is literally hysterical. Now, this is the weirdest part. I noted that Oyster had dirty feet, like it specifically says that, and that he walks around barefoot everywhere. Gabby posted this on July 30th. Brian hikes barefoot everywhere we go. If it were up to him, he wouldn't own any shoes. In fact, when the police are called, because of this whole domestic violence incident, Brian claims that the entire disagreement stemmed from the fact that he had dirty feet.
It was, I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't change being dirty like I got dirty feet.
Okay, I'm sorry this is taking for freaking ever. I'm just trying to be thorough because I don't want anything to go unnoticed. Okay, now I'm going to play the body cam footage. Also, ignore my hair. I have a hair mask in, please. But, in the footage, there's just so many points in which his characteristics line up with Oyster, like in such peculiar ways that I just cannot explain it. In this first clip, they have just run out of water, Brian and Gabby. Okay, but remember this passage that mentions the moth after Oyster is abandoned? This is Gabby's last post, and this was actually posted the day she disappeared. A lot of people have been pointing out that her hair is freshly highlighted, and it looks like it's taken place in October or around Halloween, and we're in August, so that's kind of weird. Look at the caption. What is that moth emoji doing? Literally what? These are some of the comments under this post. One person pointed out her hair looking freshly dyed, which doesn't make sense because it doesn't really line up with the timeline of events. Another one where someone says it's weird to post Happy Halloween in August, and she didn't use that emoji ever, so it's just kind of like another person pointing out. Anyone bothered by the fly? It's not a fly. It's literally a moth emoji. Again, at the end of Lullaby, both Oyster and Mona are nowhere to be seen and essentially missing. I find it very strange that Brian has also not been seen since Tuesday. His Pinterest page also has some questionable albums. What do you guys think? Am I onto something? Is she out there? Are they both on the run? Did he abandon her just like Oyster? There's so many things that are possible. I just hope that she's found alive, and I hope he's not the crazy psycho that I have a gut feeling he is. Okay, this is definitely good. Again, I could be onto absolutely nothing, but I really just want to find her. I do know that there was a body found near the area where they were camping, and right now the police are trying to figure out, who the body is. After going through Brian's page and considering all of these books that he's been reading and posting about and pinning, I think it's pretty safe to say that he was going through some dark mental issues. All of the books that I mentioned in the last part are very depressing. Most of them are horror books. A lot of them are very serious and deal with mental illness or deal with loss of control or loss of sanity. These are all things that he has pinned. Very depressing, kind of scary, just like strange posts. This right here, red flag. This is like how a manipulative boyfriend texts. Again, this shows me mental illness, depression, struggling. Here it says, you do it to yourself, and that's what really hurts. Right below it, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Alright, he has another picture with this. It is never a good idea to do psychedelics when you are in a negative state of mind. Especially dealing with depression and mental illness. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's posting about this and about to take a long road trip where they will be in the woods, isolated, away from people. They're young, they're in love, and on their own. What do you guys think? Do you think this was involved? An accident could have happened. Could have been intentional. This could have been planned. He could have been losing it from using this while reading dark books. Who knows? Again, I could be on. Sent me this in my Instagram DMs. This was posted to Gabby's Pinterest board. Okay, this is the novel Zodiac. There's also a movie if any of you guys want to watch it. If you don't like reading, but basically this is about a serial killer who is going around California killing young women and couples. And what is interesting about this serial killer is that he leaves notes, and he leaves clues behind as to why he did it and basically how he thinks he can get away with all of this. What the person pointed out who DM'd this to me was that right in this paragraph, the killer in the book is using custom cut paper stock. Okay, so this is like not your ordinary paper. It is also monarch size. That could just be a total coincidence, but Gabby's last Instagram photo was taken in front of a monarch mural. Brian also happens to have pinned DIY floral paper and a fabric moth craft kit thing. Might just be coincidences, but this is very weird with the fact that she was reading a passage about custom cut paper that a serial killer was using. Here we go again. How to make your own handmade paper. Kind of weird. He also pinned these 3 images of pumpkins. And again, the last post that Gabby made, she was holding a little pumpkin. And the caption was Happy Halloween. Lullaby also isn't the only book that is featured on their pages. It is the book that is featured the most, but there are a lot of other books by the same author, such as Fight Club. In this image, Gabby is reading Fight Club, and Brian is reading The Revenant, which is another book about very dark themes, and identity crisis, revenge, violence, death. Another picture, Gabby is reading Fight Club. Another image where Lullaby is shown. She also posted this to her story while they were on the road. It's pretty hard to see what he's reading in this one, but thanks to the internet, people were able to figure out that it is Annihilation. This image right here that he made a stamp of is a reference to the book Invisible Monsters, also by the same author of Lullaby and Fight Club. He also saved 3 pins about the Invisible Man, as well as multiple pins about the Joker movie. In the next part, I'm going to discuss how this all might be related. Okay, someone just sent me this in my Instagram DMs. This was posted as of 25 minutes ago. Gabby has been found. She's not alive. I really have no words. This is the ending that I did not think or did not hope would come true. Rest in peace to Gabby, and I didn't know her, but nobody deserves this. Nobody deserves to die at such a young age and to be found all alone in the middle of the woods. So my heart goes out to her family, and right now I think that the best thing that everyone can do is help to give information to the police to find Brian, because he is still nowhere to be seen. He is still unwilling to cooperate with the police, and I think that he holds the answers to getting some closure for Gabby's family and for Gabby herself, because she does not deserve to go out without her story being told. So thank you to everyone I don't need followers from this. I don't want
Wow, so I found that really interesting. So that's why I played almost the whole thing. Yeah, pretty much the whole thing, because I thought that was cool. The correlations and stuff. It must have taken her a lot of work to figure all that stuff out. So now we know that Brian was into psychedelics. Maybe.
Go ahead.
No, you please go.
Thank you, Ryan. I've watched quite a bit. Whenever I get into a case, I don't follow a lot of cases, but when I do follow a case, I dig pretty deep. And I've watched a lot of content on this case. And to me, that was the most intriguing. I think most of us follow true crime for the mystery aspect of it.
Yeah.
And that definitely creates some mysterious theories.
I mean, maybe he was. I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, that's a lot of coincidences with this book. I mean, maybe he was trying to reenact the book. I don't know.
Well, there's a few things. I was already thinking. So when I first got into the case and I saw that someone said he had an Instagram page, I immediately went to that and I started looking through it. And before anyone else was speculating on any of this, I already had an idea that something was going on way back before he even met her. And I don't know if you can pull up his Instagram or if you feel comfortable doing that, but
yeah, I had it up earlier. I can pull it up again.
Okay. And we'll talk about a couple of things that I noticed in his Instagram.
If I can, what was it called again? Let's see, maybe if I just hit the back button of
something design, is it? Or I forget.
Yeah.
That's
something design.
I think if you just Google his name and Instagram, it comes up.
Okay.
But a couple of rumors. So I was talking earlier about some of these rumors. I eventually found support for them. And these two things, I haven't found the support yet, but two rumors that I'd heard, and I'm just passing this along as rumors, is one that he was into BDSM. Again, and like people are pointing out in the content in your chat, just liking horror or liking to read these books, which apparently the guy that's the same author of Lullaby is Fight Club, so which has a huge cult following. So it wouldn't be unusual to be into these things. But when you start looking, as to use Brian's own words, from the body cam footage, the little things add up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really into true crime and watching forensic files and stuff like that, and and I'm far from. I guess anybody would say, "Oh, I'm not like that at all," but I'm really not. Like, it's funny. My boyfriend always says, finds it weird that I'm interested in that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I don't think it doesn't.
So if you'll scroll back to his artwork.
Yeah. Okay. Want me to keep going down?
Okay, right there. The one with the lullaby. Can you pull that one up?
The one with the lullaby. Which one is the book? Isn't? I don't see the book.
Right.
Oh, right here. That one?
Yes. Okay, so this is the book that was by the same author of Fight Club, and this one's about a serial killer. And I can't remember. I saw a caption. Don't hold me to this because this was one of the first things I found, and there's been so much information that's come along since that I could be mixing things up. But this synopsis of this book is that the main character is investigating some like stillbirth deaths or something with babies, and he eventually realizes that all these deaths were related to this one lullaby. And so he eventually finds out that, and I think it's some like African lullaby or something, but there's some kind of curse that goes along with the lullaby. So then he eventually realizes he can use this to kill people he doesn't like. And so he becomes a serial killer with this lullaby. And I remember one of Brian's posts says, and I don't remember if Gabby had posted on his, but as someone mentioned in the comments too, that Gabby reads these same books. And I also noticed that when he says things that are very dark, she gives it, what is it in Instagram? I don't know, a heart? Yeah, she gives it like a heart. So she was very aware of this darkness herself. Now you can see the princess with the blood squirting out. And apparently that's from something in the book. It might be the lullaby, might have something to do with the princess. I'm not sure. I haven't read it myself. But what I wanted to show you specifically is his business card here at the top.
Oh, okay.
If you notice what that is, it's an ice cream bar or a popsicle. And it appears to be melting, and it has a bite out of it. But the popsicle stick is actually a knife handle.
Yeah.
And so someone's about to, somebody's about to bite into the knife. Now, here's my thought. Reading books about serial killers or things like that can be intriguing. If the author's really good at writing, then it's a good read. I get that. Not so weird. But when you start expressing yourself inward from the inside out, so in other words, the things that you create on your own, like your art or your own writing and things like that, I think that's where it gets a little bit more dark. And for me, if I'm going to create a business, I think this is a business card for his artwork, and he's a great artist.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
There's some of his artwork that I like that, if it wasn't different circumstances, that I would be interested in. But when you do a business card, especially if it's about something that you're creating, whether it be music or art or whatever it might be, you're going to use an image. this is your one chance to say, who am I? Right? And what he's saying is, I'm not what I seem. On the outside, I'm a popsicle stick. On the inside, you're about to get cut up, right? When you bite into that thing. That's the way I interpret that image. It's not something that I personally would use. And the same thing with his drawings. When you start creating artwork, if you scroll, there's a character that apparently is from a video game, but he doesn't draw it exactly like the video game. And it's either wearing a pig mask or something, and he's kneeling down, he's got a knife, and there's blood all over his jeans. It's a little bit further down. Oh, by the way, stop on that, what you said with the bookmarks. I don't know what you just showed with the bookmarks you had up.
This?
So, yeah, on Lullaby, the book was so important to him, and one of his captions on the Lullaby, he said, I couldn't just use like a generic bookmark. I had to make my own custom bookmarks. In other words, this book has a special, it's almost like a Bible to him in a sense, right? The book's so special that he couldn't put a generic bookmark in it. It would be tarnishing it.
Wow.
Because a lot of people.
Go ahead. Sorry. I was going to comment on one of your things that you said about but keep going. I don't want you to lose your thought.
No, that's fine. I can come back to any of this.
No, I was just saying that's a great point with his business card. You're gonna put that shows that he's really into dark art, I guess, because it has a knife. I mean, that seems weird that would be. I mean, out of all his great art he has, he's gonna put that. I mean, I find that very odd. I think that was very observant of you. I'm totally not that observant, but
yeah, if you'll scroll down to keep going, and if you notice on his Instagram in that video, and that his Instagram is Pinterest, it looked like he was into assault rifles and things, which most of the time people that are naturalists, that are true naturalists about nature, they're usually anti-gun. The people that are very pacifist, that don't want to harm animals, they don't want to use plastic, they don't want to contribute to pollution. Most of the time, not all the time, some of these people can be very extreme. But usually when if you're truly in line with nature, you're not going to be a gun person. Now, taking a gun with you on a trip across country where you're running into danger and snakes and animals wouldn't be unusual, but having a Pinterest with assault rifles on it, I would call that not being congruent, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What you're projecting and then what you really are not lining up.
I need to look up what the Sharta Malum means. Sharta Malum. Yeah, I found that interesting. So he's a vegan, right?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that I've ever seen anything that said he was vegan, but
in that video we just watched, it just seemed like she implied.
She said that the character was a vegan.
Oh, okay.
And he appears like he might be. There is one of his more recent posts on Instagram, or was on I think it was on her Instagram, one of her last posts, and people were saying that's not her. She never writes that much and she never says those things, but it was on her Instagram. And it said something about we went, and I'm paraphrasing, we went to this nice park and there were some nice people and everything seemed perfect, but then all of a sudden it was all ruined because there was this one guy that ate like a prepackaged meal in plastic and he left it sitting out.
Oh.
And so Brian, and that seems more like Brian. Brian definitely, he didn't really like people, and he certainly didn't like people that used...
Oh, I see what post you're talking about. Sorry.
Oh, you do? You found it on hers?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll share that real quick. Yeah, go ahead with your thoughts. Sorry, I was just looking at what you were talking about here. Right here. Almost immediately after telling Brian how happy it made me to see that people were truly respectful of the park, I watched some guy leave his processed, pre-packaged plastic conglomerate, I can't say that word, conglomerate of lunch garbage on the picnic table.
Exclamation point.
Yeah.
And a sad face. There's people that in the comments below that to say this is not the way she talked. They've been following her for some time and things like that. It sounds more like him, but the character in the book Oyster hated plastic, and that mentions the plastic.
Yeah.
It's just how would you let one person with one little incident? This person was probably hungry. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and they're eating a prepackaged. It's like, how do you let that ruin your day? That's a little obsessive,
right? And this was 4 weeks ago, so maybe around. I don't see an exact date anywhere, but maybe around August 22nd ish. Huh.
And by the way,
yeah.
I don't know if you skipped around a little bit on that video you were playing.
No, that's how it was. I played it exactly how it was. I didn't.
It was lagging a little bit for me, so I missed a couple of places. But there was one part where he says, I don't know if you played it or saw it, but he says, free yourself. Basically, that you have to lose everything before you can be free. And it says, and she talks about how something he posted said, bite the hand that feeds you.
Huh. I didn't hear that part.
Okay.
Yeah, but I noticed it was skipping around. I wonder if this is the correct, maybe you saw, well, you said this is the correct. All right, X out of the YouTube.
I just got to thinking, bite the hand that feeds you.
Right.
It's interesting because I was specifically told growing up, never bite the hand that feeds you. And I was told that when I first started working as a young man. In other words, be loyal to your employer is kind of why I was taught that. But in Brian's case, I wonder what that really means. And he seems pretty dependent upon his parents. And so to me, his parents are the ones feeding him. And I could be wrong about that, but it seems like they've sheltered him and protected him and helped him with money quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so
obviously they have sheltered him if they're, they're being tight-lipped with, So it makes sense.
Millie, thank you for saying that in the comments. I did apply to the FBI at one point. Something that I was interested in.
Yeah, you're highly, highly observant. I think that you would do great at something like that, or even, a true crime channel, or
my mind's very analytical. I've been told that by friends, like, you're too analytical. Well, I don't know that for me, it's just normal. I don't think of it as being something I'm too much of, but it's definitely, we all have very different skill sets, and
yeah, true.
And this is kind of something that I just am naturally, I guess, decent at. And by the way, his last text is interesting. So also this character in the book and she points this out, and I can't take credit for any of her theories or the theory I'm about to tell you just now, because it's actually the woman from a channel called It's a Crime or something like that. She's a pretty big channel. I can't think of her right now, but
yeah, we were playing her earlier. Libby, or is her name? It starts with L. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Okay, so did you already see the one where she talked about Yosemite and the meaning of that?
Where she was also talking about Stan.
Well, that was a different video, but yeah, I think they were kind of back-to-back videos. Right. So the Yosemite one, the character in the book that this other woman just talked about, Oyster. So Oyster would leave clues because it was a game to him. He would leave little hints and clues that would kind of help each. A lot of kind of serial killers do that type of thing. They don't think they're going to get caught, or it makes it interesting for them. It's fun, whatever it is. And yeah, exactly. No service in Yosemite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were watching the one on Stan earlier, but not this one. Yeah.
So I can just summarize it for you real quickly. Is that, well, the last text that was sent from Gabby's phone said no service in Yosemite. And immediately I thought, well, they're not in Yosemite, they're in Yellowstone. And my first thought was, he did send that and he was in a manic state, so he didn't catch the mistake that he had made. That's what I first thought. Mm-hmm. But then I saw this video and I thought, wow, because once I saw the other woman's video about saying, and the character supposedly intentionally leaves these kind of cryptic hints, no service in Yosemite. And so in this video, she tells you to basically Google, and you might just do it with your, whatever your computer woman there, I forget what her name is, but ask her what Yosemite means.
Okay. Let's see. What does Yosemite mean?
Yosemite National Park. Here you are.
Oh, oops. Or the origin of the word Yosemite. Yosemite, originally referred to as the Indian tribe that lived in Yosemite Valley. Yosemite means literally those who kill. Wow. It was used by the surrounding Miwok tribes. The Yosemite people were referred to as killers by the surrounding tribes who feared them. The Yosemite tribe, led by Chief Tenawa, were composed of renegades from multiple tribes, including Mono Pai. I don't know how to say that word. Pai from the Eastern Sierra. The Petito, there's that word again, were traditional enemies of the more peaceful Miwok people. Is that what you were referring to? Is it meaning those?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Then I have to think, was that mistake intentional? Because it was obviously a mistake. I don't think he ever believed that anyone would think they were actually in Yosemite. They were way too far away to have reached that point. So the family would not have believed that. Nobody would believe that. The most obvious thing is it was just a mistake, because people who have never been to those parks often confuse them. I've heard many times people interchange Yosemite and Yellowstone, meaning one or the other. So that wouldn't be unusual. And especially if someone was in a state, again, a manic state where they've done something and their anxiety is very high, their heart's racing, you could make that mistake. And that's what I initially thought. It was just a mistake. But then when I saw this, I thought, okay, here's what I'll say to kind of summarize, but I'm willing to talk about anything that you want to talk about, because I'm aware of most of the aspects of this case. I think Brian is an intellectual. He reads a lot. He's highly intelligent. I think that his mind may be kind of like being somewhat OCD or something, or ADHD, or I don't know. I'm not familiar with how to diagnose anything, but what I'm trying to say is I think that his mind operates at a very high level. He's always thinking, to the point of, forget the fact of whether he heard voices or not, but even on times that he probably didn't do that, he probably had difficulty sleeping just because he's thinking about processing all the thoughts of the day. He's processing the next day, and he may be processing 6 months out and having trouble sleeping as a result of all that. I think he's kind of like a chess player in a sense, whether he literally plays chess or not. I believe he plays chess in life, where he's thinking a couple, 2-3 moves ahead. And I think he's proven that, right? Oops,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the FBI can't even catch him with all of the technology that they have now. And
right? It's crazy. And look right here. You were talking about that right here in this post. He mentions biodegradable packaging for on-the-go food these days. That's why I stick with my melon rinds, apple cores, peach pits, and banana peels. Also, most melons contain around 90% water. Talk about hydration. Let's keep plastic water bottles off the trail, or better yet, off the planet. Once again, another plastic post that was on Gabby's Instagram that we just pulled up, that you just told me about, Wade.
Yeah, it's interesting. I hadn't seen that one. But I have seen others where he dehumanizes the human race. And anytime someone dehumanizes, that means they don't really have a respect for human life. That's always, in my mind, someone who's dangerous. Doesn't mean everyone acts on it, but people who say, oh, I love animals more than people. I understand a lot of times that just comes from pain, because you've been hurt by a lot of people, and animals are very loyal, and I get that. I love my animal too. But when you continuously express that, not just that you love animals, but that you have a hatred for the human race. Yeah. And there are people that says, oh, it'd be better if like this virus just wiped out the human race, or things like that. I think these people, in my mind, are not people I would feel comfortable having as a close friend. I think that they become somewhat dangerous. And he repeatedly says things like that in his social media. In fact, one of his very last posts talks about, humans not really being humans.
Yeah, something about apes. I was just reading that. Wow, look at this video. That is so crazy. This is the beauty of it. It's what I'm going at. Just wow. I wonder if off topic, I wonder if they had a professional camera. I'm guessing they probably did. Anyways. Yeah, so that's interesting. It mentions, this plastic. that post, like, after you mentioned that book, Now I just lost it, but you know that talking about, oh, here it is. Yeah. Not a lot of that biodegradable packaging for on-the-go food these days. That's why I stick with my melon rinds, apple cores, peach pits, and banana peels. Let's keep plastic water bottles off the trailer, or better yet, off the planet. And then that's a similar post that was on Gabby's Instagram, right? Something about this.
Yeah, that's what people were saying. That doesn't sound like Gabby. If you look at Gabby's, I did look through some of her prior Instagram posts. They're usually kind of short and sweet.
Yeah, so let's go back to that. I should probably go sometime soon because I've been on here for 4 hours, but like I wish you were on here earlier because you like make up really good points. So this is the one about I watched some guy leave his processed prepackaged plastic conglomerate. How do you say it? How do you say that word again? Of lunch garbage. Conglomerate of lunch garbage on the picnic table. So if we go back to, let's see, let's go to, yeah. So this is 10 weeks ago when she was definitely alive. Very short. Went hiking for my birthday. Just a little picture of a snail and a smiley face. I love our adventures. Another cool video. Yeah. Wow. So let's go back up here and see when these long posts start. This Happy Halloween is one that lady mentioned. Now that's a short one, but it's odd because where did he get these pictures? Are these pictures from last year, Halloween? Because it would have been a really, I don't know.
Well, the other interesting thing about this photo is there's a rumor, and I haven't confirmed it myself, that they had planned to end their trip on Halloween, this particular road trip. They planned to end it on Halloween. It's just interesting that this is the last post, and it says Happy Halloween. So it's almost could be symbolic of, the party's over.
Yeah. Yeah, so her hair is freshly highlighted there. So here's another long post, but this was 7 weeks ago, so it probably so she was. I was trying to look at her hair.
So there's the hikes barefoot everywhere we go, and the character Oyster never wore shoes.
Yeah, and he mentioned it in his post too, or there was all these pictures of him barefoot. Let's see here.
Someone mentioned in the comments, I just want to say that they said I was way off or something, but
no, I don't think
because of well, I agree that these things say, I think they were referring to me saying that I personally wouldn't feel comfortable with someone that doesn't like humans. I mean, there's some truth to that. There are people that I don't think it makes everyone a danger to humans because they don't like humans. But my point was, it's a step closer, right?
Yeah.
When you start.
I knew somebody was pretty crazy. Sorry for cutting you off, but I think sociopath, when people who don't like humans and they're more attached to animals, a couple people I can think of that were really crazy were always said how they were much closer to animals and, loved animals way more than humans. Yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, anytime you dehumanize a human, in other words, you're taking the value of life away. Whether you ever physically do it or not, you've done it from a emotional and psychological standpoint. You've said that human life is not of value, and that's my point. You don't have to feel the same as I do, but that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I know some of the things like that were mentioned. Us comparing it to this book and stuff. I found that video just fascinating, and I don't know why. Like some of the points that you were mentioning that you said, I I played the whole thing, so I don't know why some of it skipped, but it did seem like it was somebody had made a, they just recorded it from a TikTok and put it onto a video. So I don't even know. Check your mom's message. What am I supposed to be seeing? I mean, some of the things we're talking about is awfully, is far-fetched and definitely, but some of it, I mean, who knows? There are crazy people in the world that like to pretend that they're, people who replicate, past crimes or, just some people don't think like normal people, guys.
Well, yeah, obviously they don't. And
Yeah.
I think that's the reason people don't think, we all think that we all kind of think that other people think like us. And when they don't, it confuses us. And so to think that somebody could intentionally throw out clues or intentionally play these little mind games, if you don't think like that, you're going to have difficulty understanding that maybe somebody else does. But we need to try not to think like ourselves and expect, but try to understand that
you have to try to think like them, I guess. You have to try to think
real life is stranger than fiction. And the best way to think like them, look, the only way that any of us who have never met Brian can know Brian is by what he shares with us.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to try to understand him, look, here's what I heard there's a detective on the one that came on, he teaches classes on this. He was saying anybody can join his classes. He came on Chris McDonoghue's channel. What that detective said, who's had years in the business, and he teaches how to do interrogations with suspects. He said, pretty much they always tell you the truth. You just have to listen. And I think that's what a lot of people don't do. Chris is telling you exactly who he is. Now, if you want to ignore that, you can. I choose to listen to what is Chris trying to tell you in his Pinterest, in his Instagram, in the books he chooses, in his artwork. It's a common theme through all of it.
I mean, our interests shape us. I mean, so just like Brian's interests shape who he is as a person. I mean, I know that people into like true crime, that's like saying, but you got to look at all of it as a package, like everything, like all his, his posts, his interests, his behaviors from, you can't, we're not just looking at one thing. We're looking at several. You see this post right here by Sherry? I have on the screen. It says, read this. Brian and his parents took the camper and loaded it up and went supposedly camping on the weekend of September 11th for 3 days, according to his neighbors. No one has seen Brian since then. Wow. So where can we get information on this? Do you guys know? Wow.
I had seen that. That's very interesting.
You've seen that before now? Or just now while you were reading the comments? Because I haven't heard of this before. Now, they dropped him off in a totally different area, sent police to the reserve to throw off cops. Oh my gosh. I hope they didn't do that. They're going to be in some big trouble. That's, oh gosh. Guys, where can we see info on this? I loved talking to you, Wade. I think you should start a YouTube channel. I mean, I think you do really well, and I love your analytical mind. I'm such a math person, so I think similarly. But I'm not as observant. I'm not observant at all. Like, I'm the most unobservant person. So that's what, that's my downfall. I'm just not, I can see something could be right in front of me and I just miss it. But, let's see, Channel 5 News. Okay. Let's look at say YouTube, an article. Is it this live? Are we watching a live?
Of the Carlton Reserve.
Is that what you're talking about, guys? Let's see. Let's go down in the comments. Sorry. There's a video in a comment. Oh, it's on Twitter. I can't copy the comment. Dang it. It won't let me copy these comments on StreamYard. It's like I can try to type it and then copy it. Thank God I could type fast, but then I have to make sure I don't 82117513 Okay.
I don't know if you're having some connection issues or if it's just me. It's probably just me.
Oh no, I really. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I'm not having any connection issues, but I also
Okay, it's probably just on my end. Are you able to hear me okay, or am I breaking
I
up?
hear you perfectly.
Okay. I just wanted real quickly, I know Millie's been asking repeatedly.
Okay.
No, it's not that I'm ignoring you. I don't want to interrupt the host.
Oh no, please interrupt me anytime. Like I've been talking for 4 hours. Like seriously, you're way more interesting to listen to. I promise.
No, if I didn't think your show was interesting, I wouldn't have come on.
You've came up. I really love the information that you brought up here. The numbers went up by 20 to 30. So the people love listening to you. Trust me. Go ahead.
Yes, Millie, I'm somewhat familiar with the Summer Wells case. Once I realized that there were a lot of people that are much more intelligent and experienced than I am, such as Chris McDonough covering the case, I didn't feel a real need to dig deeply. And by the way, I just want to use this moment to say that I think like the people in the comments and some people that maybe have too much anxiety to do their own channel or to come up on Voice and things like that, those people, I see a lot of great comments everywhere I go. Everyone's contributing. And I hear people with kind of narcissistic personalities that run certain channels that have an ego that I've heard say that the true crime community doesn't help and they're just causing more problems than good in general. And I only stick to facts and all these kind of things. I can agree with some aspects of that. We have to be careful not to just spread rumors, and we have to respect people and not make accusations toward people that may have nothing to do with the case. And I agree with all of that. But the other side of that is, I think even the FBI, definitely sheriff's departments and local law enforcement agencies are way behind the times. They're still they have procedures that are written and that they receive training upon, and how to go step by step through an investigation. And these things, in my opinion, are way outdated. And I think a lot of times that these law enforcement agencies will do things, will keep, as to use the term, where they keep things close to the chest, right? They don't want to tell the public too much. I think that's a big mistake. I don't see that. I can understand in the past where that was necessary and probably helpful, but even decades ago, I think that was somewhat of a mistake. And I understand why they do it, because you don't want to give out too much information, because then you have people that are already in prison that want to connect themselves to the crime because they want to get out for a day, or they want to try to negotiate a plea deal or to lessen their own time or things like that. And so if they have too much information, it's hard to tell if they want to confess, if they're really involved. So I understand that aspect of it. But the other side of it is, like, for instance, I don't know how many people followed the Delphi case, the Delphi murders, but I followed that pretty closely. And I was very critical of how that case was handled early on, because they had video, they had audio, and I think they didn't release the video for like a year or something, if I remember correctly. And I feel like that's a huge mistake, because I've always said, even before this case came along, when I used to talk about the Delphi murders, I used to say what they should have done initially is given the public everything they had, blasted it all over the news, especially locally, and said, hey, if you've got cameras outside your house, if you have cameras in your vehicle, if you drive around the area, if you've got cameras at your business, please review these days through these days, maybe a day ahead and a day after and the day of the murders. See if you see anything unusual. And everything that that you have, so that we know what to look for, and let us combine forces, because the technology is out there. They're still using investigative techniques from decades ago, and they just don't apply anymore, and they're making a huge mistake. And I think this case finally, I've heard so many people say, no, you're wrong. But what happened in this case, I don't think they would have ever found that body if those YouTubers hadn't noticed that van in their video. And had they not seen the van all over the news, they would have never even thought to look for it. And I think they would have never. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say they're really. I'm so sorry. I just want to tell Sherry, thank you so much for the super chat. I have this video pulled up about the neighbor speaking on. Is this? I was trying to find the Fox 13 News Tampa Bay. I'm on their website, but I don't know where. I don't see. Now streaming. Oh, okay, maybe. Sorry to cut you off. Like they're supposedly interviewing the neighbors.
USAA classic checking for members like Cassie. She's no nonsense.
Let me. Yeah, I can't find that anywhere. I can play this video that's up.
It makes
I don't see anything with the interview with the neighbors like that's live right now. Sorry. I'm trying to turn this down. It says it will. Trying to see if this is what she was talking about. And I'll pull it up if it is. No, this is the weather. Sorry. Did you need to say something? I just wanted to play this quick 2-minute video about the neighbors speaking out.
Oh no, it's your channel. I'm good.
Okay, I feel so bad cutting you off, but everybody's been trying to.
I was ranting. It's probably a good thing you cut me off.
No, I didn't want to. She sent me a super chat, and that's so sweet. So I didn't. We'll play this while I'm trying to figure out the other one or find out.
I didn't think anything unusual. You know, they got a new camper, so they wanted to put their own touch inside of it. I saw them doing some work. Then when they prepared for their trip, I saw them loading the camper.
Now you're talking about Brian and his parents after he returned home. Is that correct? In a different camper?
Yes, the van is his. His father has a pickup truck, which they purchased a in-bed camper,
Like an attachment camper. And then you say that they packed up that camper, Brian and his mom and dad, and they went camping. Do you know that for sure?
We saw them. I saw them loading it up, and so I assumed they were preparing for, a camping trip with their new camper.
They were going for the weekend.
Yeah. So how long after he got back, alone in that white van? How long after that was this, when you saw them working on this other camper and getting ready to go away together?
Yeah, I can't remember, the dates.
Week and a half.
Yeah, probably week and a half. I agree with that.
So
yes.
did the police ever talk to you about what you saw, the parents and Brian working on this new camper and then leaving for a few days? Did they ask you about that?
I believe that we did give them that information.
We did tell them that they had gone on a camping trip for 3 days for the weekend.
Did you think there was anything unusual about that?
Well,
after we knew they were missing, after Gabby was missing, when they came to our house on Saturday night a week ago and told us they were working a missing persons case.
Yeah.
Then,
Also, which struck me as I spoke to my wife about, is that the parents going on a trip, I can see that, but taking their 23-year-old son in a small camper that's on the back of the truck.
Oh, that was the end of it. Dang it. Wish I had the rest of that. I was trying so hard to find it too, like online. I'm sure it's online somewhere, but I feel so bad for cutting you off, Wade, but
No.
everyone was wanting to watch that. So.
Oh no, I found that interesting too.
So yeah, if anybody else knows where the rest of that is, that's pretty interesting. I don't know why they would. So did they not come? So did the parents come back without Brian? Did you hear, Wade, if that's what happened?
That's what it appears to me. Yeah.
They
I
went
don't know.
camping and then they came back and there was no Brian.
Right.
Wow.
To close out my thought from earlier,
Yeah, please.
Millie had asked me about the Summer Wells case. If you have a specific question for me, Millie, I'm happy to try to answer it. But what I was going to say is I tend to be more attracted to cases where I think I might be able to help in some way. And with the Summer Wells case, I think it had reached a point where it was kind of over my head. Like I said, there were people that were smarter than me with a lot more experience that were heavily involved in the case. And I didn't really feel like I had a lot that I could offer. So I kind of moved on. But if you had a specific question for me, I'm happy to try to answer it.
Oh, we're big into the Summer Wells case here. That's usually what we talk about. So, and you could tell like by the numbers, like when we're talking Summer Wells here, we have, usually like at least 100 to 200 people in here. But yeah, so usually that's what I'm interested in. But there just hasn't been anything really new lately. And we've talked about it so much, and we're just waiting for something to happen, like hopefully find her, number one, but two, like the parents being arrested. In my opinion, I think they know what happened to her. But yeah, Sherry, I keep looking up Fox 13 News Tampa Bay, and I'm still not. I just cannot find that specific interview. But
to summarize my feelings on Summer Wells, I felt from the very beginning that the parents know exactly what happened. And it's too heartbreaking for me, having wanted but never had my own children. And I just think, like for me, I have a pet, and I love my pet, and I can't even imagine if my pet if she doesn't show up when she usually shows up or something like that, I start freaking out and about to go on a neighborhood search, right? So I can't imagine if your child goes missing. I don't see how you just sit at home saying, oh, well, my child's already out of the country by now. No, I would be I would get a list of all the people who have to register themselves in the neighborhood, and I'd be knocking on doors, and I'd be asking questions, and I probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days until I finally just burned out and had to sleep.
Right.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. So to me, that's a clear sign of knowing exactly where she is, because you're making no effort to find out on your own. And that's about all I really have to say about that. I just think judgment will come.
Yeah, hopefully soon. And that's exactly, like there's so many parents who want, or people that want kids that can't have them, and then there's always these type of people who pop out kids left and right, but yet don't really want them. Just like Dawn said, oh, we didn't really want kids, but we ended up having 4 of them after they had both lost their, had not much of a relationship with their kids before. That they had with previous partners or whatever. So they didn't want kids, but they popped out 4 of them. And in my opinion, were abusive. And yeah. And then there's people like you, Wade, who seem like to be wonderful fathers, who hasn't had kids or can't have kids. You know what I mean? There's tons of people who would have taken Summer in, oh my gosh, and just love to have the opportunity to, have a daughter. But just like these people that kill their babies and stuff, like, and put them in dumpsters or leave them places, like, oh my gosh, like so many people especially want babies. Like, really?
Yeah, it breaks my heart, because there's so many people that are having trouble adopting. They're on a waiting list.
Yep.
So it's not like there aren't loving families out there that will take children in. It's just getting them matched up.
So April says, I love your picture, April. That's our favorite person here. It looks like Cher. That's obviously sarcastic. We're not a big fan of voices beyond the wall here. But anyways, so the parents dropped him off far from the reserve, then brought the car to the reserve, knowing they'd be notified it was abandoned, to make it appear Brian was at the reserve. Then brought the car to the reserve. Oh my gosh, dude, they're gonna get themselves in so much trouble if they really got themselves wrapped up in this, like, you know, making it, planting things, places, and make it seem like he was certain places. Cops are gonna find out.
Well, there's another rumor that I haven't verified was that one of Brian's friends said that he had water bottles that were hidden in different places, buried in the ground.
Weird.
Which, yeah, why would you do that? That's preparing. That's not even prepper type stuff.
Oh, like water bottles. Actually, I thought you meant like just empty. Oh, water bottles. Okay, that's weird. So he has water hidden places.
Right. That's preparing to go on the run. That's not prepper. When you're prepper, everything's in one location, not spread out. So that means you're planning to be mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, stashes. Yeah, I understand preppers, and look, with what's going on with the pandemic right now, preppers are finally having the last laugh, right? But there's just, and again, I don't know if that's any truth to that one. That's another one that I can't confirm. Is right now it's just a rumor.
Oh, sorry, I was reading your email and somebody sent me a video of this. I think sent me a video of, okay, we can try playing it, see.
And Modern Prospector, you've been saying a lot of stuff that I don't disagree with you on a lot of the things that you're saying.
Yeah.
I have slightly different point of view, but your arguments are well thought out and they make sense. They're formed with a level of intelligence, but I don't agree completely with you.
Right. He does make some good points, but exactly. And just like he doesn't, I mean, I guess we're thinking maybe a little bit more speculative than he likes probably, but. Okay.
Well, like I think he was saying, or someone had made the comment. It might not have been you. It might have been Prospector, but someone said that maybe Brian's not so intelligent. Here's the thing: I think one of Brian's posts mentioned, kind of alluded to the idea of autism.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say that because I don't know enough about it. I don't necessarily see it, but apparently he wrote something about it, and what I've seen with some people that are mildly autistic or have, I don't know how you say it, but it's like Asperger's or something like that.
Mm-hmm. They're highly intelligent.
Yeah, even with some people with autism. And again, we all have our own skill sets. I'm very analytical, but I'm terrible at other things. And sometimes when you have autism, you have difficulty with social interaction, making a connection with people. But it doesn't mean that you're not intelligent. And I think that if he did have a level of autism, that might be the case here, is he's a lot more intelligent than what he's able to convey through his relationships with people.
Yeah, I mean, usually people who are autistic are like, usually really good at math and highly intelligent. Okay, so I guess I'll play this interview really quick if that's cool with you. I don't know how long it is with these neighbors, the full interview.
Sure.
Okay. Where's the sound here? Okay.
And Gabby were living before they went on this trip with Brian's parents, and they join me now. Charlene William, thank you very much for being here. I know you moved there at the beginning of the summer, but you're literally across the street. What did you observe when Brian returned from the trip and you saw that white van that had belonged to Gabby in the driveway?
Didn't know it was Gabby. We just assumed it was his van. We just thought they had come back from wherever. We didn't know they were on a trip. We just assumed they were went back to their house or wherever they had gotten a house, wherever they were. We didn't know much about them at all. Nothing at all, actually. And they just came back home. We thought she was in the house with the parents or mother or whatever, and that was pretty much it. I mean,
so after that, the FBI came and took that van away. You saw Brian and his dad working on one of their campers in the driveway. Charlene, can you tell me about that?
I actually didn't. My husband saw that. I didn't really witness.
Okay, so
I
William,
mean,
what did you
they
see
had gotten a camper,
in the driveway? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was doing some work in the front yard, and I noticed that they got a new camper for the back of the pickup, and I didn't think anything unusual. They got a new camper, so they wanted to put their own touch inside of it. I saw them doing some work, and then when they prepared for their trip, I saw them loading the camper.
Now you're talking about Brian and his parents after he returned home. Is that correct? In a different camper?
Yes.
Okay.
The van is his. His father has a pickup truck, which they purchased a in-bed camper,
Like an attachment
and,
camper. So, and then you say
yes.
that they packed up that camper, Brian and his mom and dad, and they went camping. Do you know that for sure?
We saw them. I saw them loading it up, and so I assumed they were preparing for, a camping trip with their new camper.
They were gone for the weekend.
Yeah. So how long after he got back, alone in that white van? How long after that was this, when you saw them working on this other camper and getting ready to go away together?
Yeah, I can't remember, the dates.
Week and a half.
Yeah, probably week and a half. I agree with that.
So
yes.
did the police ever talk to you about what you saw, the parents and Brian working on this new camper and then leaving for a few days? Did they ask you about that?
I believe that we did give them that information.
We did tell them that they had gone on a camping trip for 3 days for the weekend.
Did you think there was anything unusual about that?
Well,
after
me,
we knew they were missing, after Gabby was missing, when they came to our house on Saturday night a week ago and told us they were working a missing persons case.
Yeah.
Then,
Also, which struck me as odd, as I spoke to my wife about, is that the parents going on a trip, I can see that, but taking their 23-year-old son in a small camper that's on the back of the truck struck us as odd.
Okay. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you both very much for being with us. Charlene and William
You're
Guthrie,
yes,
observing all of this. I'm sure it's very shocking from across the street of the laundry home.
It's been
Thank
a
you both.
nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay, so that one was a little bit easier here. So it's pretty much the same, I guess. Was the same. It's just
Grammarly does more than.
Sorry about that.
I'm glad you played that one because that answered a question for me. I had been wondering, I kept hearing over and over that Brian was in Florida. I knew the van was, that was obvious, but I had not heard who actually saw him in Florida outside of his family. And of course, I think none of us trust his family at this point. So I was thinking, was he ever even in Florida? But if I think the neighbor would recognize him. So if the neighbor says he was there, then I think that confirms that he at least was in Florida at one point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, somebody would have had to get the van back. But.
Well, there were different theories on that maybe he didn't come all the way back to Florida. His parents met him, picked up the van. Or another thing, you can always pay someone to drive. There are people that need money, and there are people that so for used cars and things like that, when they get purchased and they have to buy someone across the country, they'll usually pay someone to just drive it rather than loading it up in a truck, which costs a lot more.
Yeah, so Christine says, so I'm assuming the parents took Brian to an undisclosed location, right? Yeah. They're pretty ballsy. I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they thought it was no big deal because he's not under arrest, but I don't know.
I think go ahead.
No, they can get in trouble for that, right? Even, I mean, if they tried to take him somewhere and.
So it appears, if any of the rumors are correct, about maybe Brian has a brother that is in law enforcement in New York. I've heard that rumor. I've heard the rumor that some people say is not true, but that his mother at one point worked for a DA or district attorney, and some different things like this. I think his family is very well versed in criminal law and investigative techniques. And I don't know. I just don't know the answer to that, like how liable they are for the situation. But they're definitely putting themselves at some risk from my perspective. And knowing what they know about the risks that they're taking as far as the law and still doing it, it kind of goes back to the whole Fight Club thing. It seems a very, very tight family that his parents would do this for him, because I think there's going to be consequences.
Yeah. I mean, because I don't know how liable they can be, because since he's not.
There's no crime at this point, right?
Yeah.
At least that he's connected to.
Yeah. And Wade, did you see this? We showed it earlier, this trail cam picture of a man appearing similar to Brian in Baker, Florida, hundreds of miles away from his address. Did you see this trail cam picture?
Yeah, I'm about 60-40 on that. I would say 60% it's him and 40% it's just someone that looks like him.
Yeah, we played it, or we put it up here earlier. Now I don't know, who knows where it is in my, because I've opened things up and closed them and stuff, because I was like, okay, we've already showed that, so we're good. But I didn't plan on being on here for 5 hours. So yeah, I probably should go. I have some schoolwork that was due actually Monday. I was supposed to be Monday evening. So
the last thing I would like to say is that someone was talking about, what's his name? The person that used to do the TV show America's Most Wanted.
John Walsh?
John Walsh, thank you.
Yeah.
So I feel like John Walsh and his show closed a lot more cases than the FBI. I mean, probably at least on a percentage basis of the cases that they went across and actually were able to solve.
Right.
And I just don't have a lot of confidence, unfortunately, in the FBI and their ability right now. And I haven't for years. And I don't think John Walsh probably does. So it's really sad that people like John Walsh or the true crime community here are able to, again, I don't think her body would have been found had it not been for the true crime community or the social media community. And it's really disgusting for me.
Right. And I mean, there was already eyes on Brian as when he went missing. Like, how does that even happen? You know what I mean? Like, there was already people were already, thinking that he was had something to do with this. And how was he able to get away or hide? I don't understand.
I don't either. It blows my mind, because this case was getting national attention. I feel like probably the majority of us, and by the way, do you have the ability to run polls on your channel? I've seen those on a few channels and they're pretty neat.
I know, we were talking about that earlier. Like, I wish I could figure out I don't know if it's because I'm on StreamYard that I can't do it or what, but
I'd be curious to take a poll of how many people in your chat right now felt like that this was a murder case and that Brian was likely involved from the first moment that they heard the case, or the people who didn't think it was connected. But I suspect that the majority, probably 70% of the people here, would have felt, that it was probably even not a missing person case, but a case of murder, and that potentially that Brian was connected to that in some way. And
we can do like a 1-2, like, put 1 in the chat if you believe what he's saying, that this was a murder case from the beginning.
Think back to when you first came across the case. How did you feel?
Yeah.
1, if you thought that it was something nefarious, and 2, if you thought that it was probably nothing that Brian was connected to.
Right. That maybe she walked off, or I don't know.
And so if the majority of us felt that way, how did the FBI trained professionals not feel that way? right? This is what they do. This is their career. This is their life choice. There's no way any of us would have let this person out of our sight. Would we agree on that?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how was this able to happen? Because at the point he went missing or went running, not missing, they don't like that word because they were saying Gabby's missing, not Brian. Gabby's missing. Brian's hiding. When he went and hid or whatever and ran, there was already attention on him. He was already a person of interest, wasn't he? Considered a person of interest, or was it after he ran that? I mean, come on.
I don't remember at the point that they called him a person.
Yeah, but he still was a person of interest in everybody's mind. You know what I mean? I mean, come on.
I don't think he was ever in that nature preserve, or if he was, it was just for part of a day. That might have been a drop-off point. I'm not even convinced of that. I think it could be more of a diversion. But we'll see. We'll see if they find him there or find anything of value there. Supposedly they were using dive teams and things like that today, so maybe they have found something. Or even if Brian wasn't there and the family was there, evidence could have been disposed of somewhere there too, even without Brian being there. We just don't know at this point. I think what we probably most of us here will agree on is that the family can't be trusted. Brian seems to be able to trust the family, but I don't think anyone outside the family would be able to trust them.
Let me see if this worked. Okay, I just figured out how to do a poll. But I had to do it through YouTube. It's a different question, or did it not show up? I don't see it on StreamYard. Maybe it will take a second to pop up, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't do it right. Oh, people are answering. Everybody's saying no, because I asked, what about you, Wade? Do you think that Brian killed himself?
No, I don't. I do think this, though. I think that, again, I think he's very knowledgeable on how to evade police, how to stay hidden, how to disguise himself. I think he's probably read enough books that he knows more about that than any of us do. And with that in mind, I think that he probably is on the run. But what I will say is it just depends on if he is a sociopath or a psychopath, and if he is not able to have feelings. And sometimes these people, and I'm not an expert in this field, and anyone can feel free to correct me, but a lot of times, and again, I'm not saying Brian is any of these, but a lot of times these people who do fit in these categories, they really don't have the ability to feel the same things other people feel about empathy and things like that. And so they have to learn to mimic that behavior.
Yep.
And if someone's not able to feel these things, then this person would very likely be able to move on from this and create a new life and hide and do these things. So if Brian does fit into those categories, then there's a good chance that he's on the run and he may succeed. The other side of that is if he's more and just someone who has some schizophrenia or something dealing with anxiety issues and maybe has fantasized about some of this, but not actually acted on it. Once it becomes reality for you, now you've got a lot of things that it's like any of us that have had any type of fantasy or thought that we'd be better off maybe without a certain girlfriend or certain boyfriend, or that maybe someone else better came along and so we dumped one person to go to the other, or whatever it's been. And in your mind, it seems like a good idea. And you think, I can do this, I'm going to be happier. But then when in real life, the situation becomes real for you, you can go into a state of panic, realizing, you know what, I just lost my best friend. I just lost whatever. I made a mistake. And then if you do have to deal with those emotions on top of like someone in Brian's situation. So if he did truly care about Gabby, and I believe he did. Now, and if he did, he's now got to deal with the fact that the person he just spent 4 months with every day of his life, plus a 2-year relationship, is gone. So you've lost that. You've lost your life partner, the person that you were doing everything with every day. And now you're separated from your family. You can never really go back to your family.
Right.
You're probably you're separated to some extent from your finances. I'm sure his family would help him out when he needed money. And you're losing all of that, and you're on the run. You've got to be paranoid about, can I hitchhike? Or someone going to recognize me? Can I go into the store? The one thing he has going for him is COVID, right? I don't know if I can say that word, but he can wear a mask and no one's going to care.
Yep.
So he has that working out to his advantage right now. But I just think that the walls are going to, if he has any real feelings of caring for people, including himself, I think the walls are going to close in very quickly. And I don't think I think he probably bit off a lot more than he's going to be able to chew.
Yeah. I mean, if he is a sociopath or something like that, if he is I don't know, narcissist, sociopath, then no, he didn't kill himself, but I don't know. I know that's not exactly what you were talking about, but but I don't know what he's going to do, or I guess, yeah. I mean, can you imagine being him? Like you said, you were putting yourself in the mind of him, like basically like he's not going to be able to go back to his family. He more than likely did something to hurt where Gabby ended up passing away. I'm guessing in a moment of rage. I know that I like to speculate and link it back to these ladies and stuff, but my first instinct told me it was a moment of rage. I don't know. Yeah, like what kind of life is he going to have? It's going to take him a long time to get used to his new life he's going to have in a different country, probably, or yeah. Knowing probably not be able to contact anybody for a long time, because if so, then they're gonna be able to trace that.
Well, I had a close family member that worked for the FBI, and I know a little bit more than I am allowed to say, but I think if anyone's familiar with what's his name, Edward Snowden, is that the right name?
Snowden, I can look it up. Sounds familiar.
He basically came out and told the world about everything that the government tracks.
Yes, Edward Snowden.
Yeah, so he tells you right there what the United States government agencies have had access to and been using for many years. And I can confirm that I knew about some of that before he ever came out about it. So it's very real. And what I know that the FBI has access to would blow your mind unless you follow Edward Snowden, because I can't say that everything he says is true. I suspect it is. I don't know why he would have any reason to not tell the truth about that. But I can confirm from what I know and knew before he ever came out that some of that's true. And the FBI has for years known to do things like illegal wiretaps and things like that. Now, what they do is they have to find it. They'll get the information on someone, and then they'll have to use it in court. They'll have to find another way to come across the same information legally. And so knowing that, it just blows my mind that this guy has been able to evade them. So that's why I would say don't underestimate Brian.
Right. I wish they would do that. I know it's illegal, but I wish they would tap the illegal wiretap Dawn and Candace from the Summer Wells, their parents.
I don't know what they do and don't do as far as who they tap and who they don't tap or how they make the decision.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel pretty certain that it's going to be very, very difficult for Brian's family to get money to him or anything else. Anything that they do is probably going to be monitored. And maybe I shouldn't say that, because they want you to make mistakes, right? They don't want you to be afraid of them.
I mean, you would think that they already knew that they're going to be monitored. So basically, I'm guessing they need to follow the money, which I'm sure they are. They probably see if anybody pulled out a large amount of money from a savings account or something, because that might be a sign that it was given, because he's going to have to carry cash. I don't know how he's going to get away with using any type of card or credit card. So Yeah, I'm guessing somebody gave him a large amount of cash if he is on the run, and if he isn't, which obviously he is. I think if he killed himself, he would have been found right by now. I mean, why would he try to hide himself? So, if he was going to kill himself, why would he just like? There'd be no need to go like hide. Like, I don't know.
Well, I was, and people a couple of people in the chat maybe picked up on this, but I was recruited by 2 government agencies in my past for my analytical ability because it has been tested and measured by the US government. And so this is something I am pretty good at. Doesn't mean I'm right all the time, but it's something that I have a gift at. And my feeling is that he's still alive and he's on the run.
Yeah, I guess time will tell. But I do have to go, guys. I am so sorry to cut it short. You've been amazing. Wait, I hope you come back.
Yeah, thank you. I love your personality. I've really enjoyed the people in your chat. You have a good group here, and
yeah,
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll talk. Thank you so much. You were so interesting to talk to.
Well, thank you. Take care.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.